Well, that didn't go quite as planned. Oh, well. It was fun while it lasted.
All good things eventually come to an end.
Really? Tell that to Indiana.
Well, that's true. Most good things end up coming to an end. But we all knew, right? Like, we knew, all right, America doesn't win the World Cup. Like, could they make the round of 8? Cool, that'd be great. Could they make the semifinals? That'd be something they've never done before. But I think as blinded as we were by patriotism, which is always very fun, we knew it was coming to an end at some point, if not against Belgium, when he looked into, was it Spain that beat Portugal, who they would have been able to match up with? Like, all right, that's probably where this story does come to an end. And unfortunately, last night's game just wasn't fun and competitive to watch, right? The word that keeps coming up, and again, I'm not a soccer expert by any means, but people said the U.S. was playing scared. Yeah. And like it looked like that, right? So you didn't even have like a knockdown, drag out, man, they lost, but man, they left it all out there on the field. You felt like there could have been a little bit more. Yeah, they a lot of good points there. Yeah, it was number one. That's why I asked yesterday, like, where are we kind of at? Because like I said, I'm kind of ingrained to win. Yeah. Like, that's kind of my mind. And you looked at this and you're like, oh, maybe we win. This was yesterday. Maybe we win tonight, but I don't know where we go after that. Mm-hmm. And somebody last night hit me up after the game and asked me, and I hate to say that, I don't want to put down soccer. I like soccer. I played soccer growing up. My son played it. We're good friends with Tony Ann. Sure. There's some great people out at Lexington Soccer Academy. I got to know some great people at a few other programs. And it is a fun sport, and I'm not anti-soccer, and I watch it. But somebody hit me up last night after the game and was like, be honest. If this was in November, when the college football playoff was taking place and NFL was winding down and college basketball was kicking off, where does it rank on your sports list? And I was like, yeah. Well, we had that 4 years ago when it was in December. Exactly. Yeah. And I think that's where the point of the question was. And I was like, because I think back then we got to the round of 32 and got knocked out by Italy, I think. Does that sound right? Well, didn't they just start the round of 32? Okay, or maybe round of 16? Yeah, I think they got eliminated because they've ended in the round of 16 in their last 4 appearances, but there hasn't always been a round of 32. Right, so, okay. Yeah, getting eliminated in the same area, but not having one knockout win because you were able to have that this year over Bosnia. So you didn't have the opportunity to generate as much buzz in years past because of the group stage and all that kind of stuff. So maybe so. I don't. Well, but again, I'll go back because the fun part for me had been seeing the unity of the country. Right. I know that sounds weird, maybe, but truthfully seeing the unity of the country, and then to go down in the manner they did last night. Which, yes, I know just enough about soccer, in my opinion, to say that I think it was Carly Lloyd, who after the game said basically they lost the game. I think she said it was one of the 3 on the studio or in the little studio show afterwards. They basically said they lost it before they even stepped on the pitch. Yeah, that mentally they weren't there. Christian Pulisic, he's supposed to be the face, the best. He's supposed to be. And he didn't really have, now I know he was coming off of the injury and everything, but he didn't have a particularly great tournament at all and then gets injured and he comes out. I don't know. Last night obviously when we tied it, when we got it to 1-1, you're like, okay, all right, here we go. And then a series of miscalculations is what we will call them, led to obviously the United States' demise. Well, and it wasn't 2 minutes after that, Belgium got another goal. 61 seconds. Yeah, so it's like, okay, you got the momentum back on your side a little bit, and even that shot by Malik Tillman was aided by it bouncing off the head of one of the guys with Belgium. It's like, okay, all right, we even things up. Maybe you got your momentum on your side, and they immediately snatch it back. So it's like, all right, it's going to be one of those kind of games. And, mental lapse is the thing with Freeze, being out of the box when he gave up the 3rd goal. It wasn't a fun game to watch, and unfortunately, this fun run they've been on kind of goes out with the whimper. Yeah, and like I said, I put on Twitter last night. So, are we still invested? Do we pick another team now? Do we go England? Do we go Norway? And do you when you pick another team, do you think about it in like world history context? I don't know. That's my question. All right. Yes, we freed ourselves from the British, back in 1776, but they were allies in the World War. Like, do you think about it that way, or do you think about it like, Spain's a fun team to watch. I'm going to root for them now.
I think the question, I think I'm right about this, has to go to Jay Phillips, because I think Jay has an England jersey.
Okay.
And I think Jay is, like, his backup team is I think. I don't know how many more of us around here are soccer aficionados.
Sure.
Like, Jay leads the way. So I'm pretty certain it's him who has said he has an England jersey, and that's his kind of like his alternate, if you will. And I don't know how he arrived at
they're
that.
kits, by the way, not jerseys. They're kits.
Okay. You might be the aficionado, for all I know.
Well, like it's not a field, it's a pitch. It's not overtime, it's extra time. You gotta when you enter into these international games, you gotta get the verbiage right.
All right. From now on, when we need soccer information, we'll call Tyler Head. How about that? Tony in, and you got replaced.
Well, it's like when I watch F1. It's not a garage, it's a paddock. You know what I mean?
What, real quick? I've followed. Do you watch a lot of F1? If I ask you a question,
not as much now because it's on Apple TV. But yes, I'm familiar enough with it.
Over the weekend, I guess they had a big race. I hate to say it like that. I don't follow F1. The only reason I watch it is because it normally is in another country and it comes on early in the morning. Uniswag, at Uniswag, big Twitter account, has over 1,200 followers. They'll put out uniforms. Yesterday, they were putting out all the Tennessee uniforms.
Sure.
They kept putting out, I believe it was called, now I'm having to scroll back for it, a livery, a lively.
Livery, yes.
It is a livery. And that is the suit, essentially, that they wear in the F1. Am I right on this?
So livery typically refers to the paint scheme. So like what the car is painted as, that's the livery.
Okay, I'm looking at it now. They've got a special July 4th for to race at Silverstone, special American thing. But they kept showing again. I thought something up, but anyway, okay, all right. Okay.
Yeah, like because we call it paint schemes in America. It's a livery over there.
Gotcha. Okay, livery. All right, so that answers, because I started following this because this Twitter account Uniswag, UNI-SWAG, SWAG, and they'll put out stuff, and I thought I kind of wasn't paying attention, but they kept putting up like a silver one, but it kept saying livery, but I thought it was referring to the. It might have just had the driver in it, but I thought it was referring to the suit. Okay,
it's the paint scheme.
There we go. All right. Oh boy, we covered 8 minutes in, folks, and we've already covered you in soccer.
We're going around the world,
and we've got some F1 coverage. We'll get into some actual football talk. We'll get back into that NIL discussion as tomorrow will be 1 week post 5-year NIL birthday. And Tyler, I think some of the questions for it is really kind of simple. Is did you anticipate in 2021, and Tyler will give his take coming up, but did you anticipate this growing as rapidly as it has, to go from basically $20,000, well, De'Aaron King's going to make $20,000, that's a lot, to 38.7 million is the average cost of a roster?
Yeah, absolutely not. I was always pro players, being able to benefit from the name, image, and likeness, and I was happy to see that it, went live on July 1st, 2021. But yeah, I never envisioned where we'd be at today, right? I don't think anybody did. But, when people started figuring out, like, hey, we don't have to, have brand deals here. We can just pay these guys and nobody can stop us. It just got that ball rolling downhill, and we're still trying to figure out how to regulate that, and I don't know if we ever will.
Well, we'll get into that a little bit. An interesting article that's on The Athletic about the growth of NIL and even potentially where it's going. Also, yesterday, I believe, Phil Steele joined the morning show, and we'll let you listen to what he had to say about South Carolina and debate that. I know y'all did some of that on the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour. I was listening on my way in, and we'll get a little bit of what Phil Steele, and we'll debate some of the things he had to say about Lenora Sellers and the rest of the Gamecocks, as well as what he had to say regarding the SEC, as we really now start to get into crunch time. You got essentially, is it 2 weeks, guys? Am I right? Terry's in here for an hour with us. Is it 2 weeks from today that that Beamer talks? Am I thinking correctly that he's on Tuesday?
He is on Tuesday this year.
Right. I didn't have my schedule right up in front of me, but that's what I thought. So we'll get into a little bit of that, too, as we count down towards SEC Media Day and what I would say is the official start of football season, because at that point you'll go SEC Media Day, and then the following week will be a Shane Beamer golf tournament. I haven't actually seen anything for the golf tournament, but
It's typically right at the end of the month.
yeah, at the end of the month, and there'll be a big press conference there. We talk to all the assistant coaches, and then it's about 2 or 3 days later, which, again, as I said, it's 2 weeks from yesterday that we really get officially the season going with camp. So we'll get into that as well as some other football topics. Also, again, maybe a little bit of baseball today is again, to me, nothing new in the baseball world. So we'll see if we get to it. But seeing the transition of South Carolina baseball, I continue to kind of watch this closely because Tyler, and I'm not picking at you, I know you've been here now a while, but you haven't been here when South Carolina's true. I think you've been here for one truly good season, and you saw everybody get invested.
Yeah.
I'm watching this fan base evolve with the baseball with these recruits and with the baseball program, and it's almost like, yes, this looks great, but slow down.
Yeah, it's hard not to get really excited because, again, you haven't seen elite baseball in a very, very long time, and really, Schnall's done everything you could have asked and more up to this point in the basically month that he's been the head coach so far. So, yeah, expectations are going to be pretty high for a lot of people going into next year, and understandably so. And we'll obviously have to wait until starting in February to see if they live up to that or not.
803-404-6100. That's how you can text in this afternoon if there's something you agree with, disagree with, you want to make a comment about anything that you hear, or you got a question, feel free to hit us up via our text line. Again, 803-404-6100. We'll come back. Phil Steele, we'll listen to some words from him and talk about what he had to say on the early game 2 days ago. It is the halftime show. Bill Gunner for Mid-State Roofing. Woo-hoo-hoo! I don't know where you live at, where you're listening today, but if you were in the Midlands or in Lexington, boy, did we get a storm last night. The wind was a howling, the rain was a flowing, this lightning was a lightning. It was crazy, and I don't know about how your roof handled it. Mine did great. Know why? A couple years ago, I called Mid-State Roofing. They came out, made sure the house was in good shape, got everything taken care of, professionalism at its best, customer service. So last night, I was good, comfortable. I knew there'd be no leaks. For you, on the other hand, well, if you haven't called them, now is the time to do it. Don't wait another day. Call Mid-State Roofing and line up a maintenance contract. 803-356-1919. Again, that phone number is 803-356-1919. That ain't the last big storm we're going to have. Your roof's going to need someone looking over that knows what they're doing. That is Mid-State Roofing. we got a little 2 weeks until SEC Media Day, and then media days, and then obviously what'll happen is we'll what is it, Thursday, so 2 weeks from Thursday is when the preseason polls will come out, the voting, and we'll see where Carolina is placed. But I'm trying to kind of gauge where everybody is at, and it comes across, I guess, cautious optimism. But some of you out there, I mean, you're like, man, if it ain't 9-3, it's coaching search time. And Shane Beamer did say that it's not your fault. It's nobody here's fault. It's nobody, Shane Beamer said that in November we'd be looking to see where we were in the college football playoff ranking. He's got to live up to that. I totally understand that. But I'm really interested to see when we really get down to the nitty-gritty, when we really get down to August and sometimes the summer emotions wear off, where everybody is at. Last year, there was a lot of optimism. There was also a lot of you who could see that coming, and we're like, every time we're projected good, we fall flat on our face. How will you be this year? Well, Phil Steele talked a little bit yesterday, Monday. What is today? Today's Tuesday. He talked a little bit Monday, yesterday morning, about why South Carolina fans should be optimistic. Here's what he had to say on the early game.
Yeah, and this year I am bullish on South Carolina. I put them on my most improved list. 2 years ago, South Carolina was coming off a 5-7 season. I put them on my most improved list. They got to 9-4. Now, last year, South Carolina fans weren't too happy with me, I should say. I picked them low. They were considered a national title playoff contender, and I had them 10th in the SEC. But a lot of that was due to the defense. And, I thought they lost too much from the defensive front seven last year. And even with that, you go back to the Alabama game. They led that thing 22-14, 10 minutes to go. They had a shot to win that. A&M up 30-3 at the half. Sorry to open up some wounds there, guys. But I think they're going to be improved, especially at that linebacker position. That's probably one of the more experienced units, probably the strength of the team this year. And then offensively, you got Lenore Sellers back. Remember, he got injured against Vanderbilt. Took a few games to get back. I think he's going to have the type of year more towards what he was playing at the end of 2024. And then let's look at the offensive line as well. Back in 24, they didn't have any injuries on the offensive line. They had one start missed all year. Last year, the injuries cropped up. They fired their OL coach mid-year. They dropped to 111 yards per game rush, allowed 43 sacks. I think if you look at the offensive line this year, they added 7 offensive linemen that were full-time starters. And really, when you add transfers, you want to add guys with experience. So I'm looking for a stock market bounce from that offensive line, a more improved run game, Lenore Sellers back to form, and a defense which was decent last year, but I think they're going to be better this year, especially at the linebacker core, the strength of the team. So add it all up, I'm much more bullish on South Carolina this year than I was last year.
It's about the 9th time you've probably had to listen to that between cutting it and then the show previous.
I'm very familiar.
But what do you take away from there's some specific things I take away from that, but I'll start with you.
Yeah, obviously the Sellers and the offensive line stuff are things we've talked at ad nauseum over these past 7 months. Will continue for the next 60 days or so leading in the year. I think the linebacker thing was interesting because I feel like that is maybe an underrated aspect of this team. We haven't talked about as much because you are getting your main 3 linebackers and Sean Murphy, Justin Okoronkwo, and J.R. Johnson back for another year. And there's something to be said about that development and all that in terms of what kind of steps forward those guys can make. I don't necessarily agree with him that the defense wasn't. He didn't. I forget his exact phrasing, but he wasn't as complimentary to the defense last year as maybe he could have been. Because we talk about it, it was a good group that kept him in games. But other than that, I'm kind of on the same page with him in terms of why the fans should be optimistic about what this team can be this year.
He mentioned Lenore Sellers. The biggest question mark for me. I don't know. I'm speculating. I'm drawing conclusions. I just don't know how much work Lenore Sellers put in last year.
Yeah.
And I kind of get it. Look, it's a different day and age. And, y'all, it's easy. It's easy for all of y'all to sit out there behind your desk and behind your computer screen and say, well, he should have been working each and every day. Look, you're right. But 20-year-olds who all of a sudden are driving flashy, brand new, nice garnet trucks, who have a good-looking girlfriend, who are making, $4 million a year, who are reading their press clippings that he's going to be a top 5 pick, he's going to go win the Heisman. Heaven forbid that actually happened to me the way my ego is. Oh my goodness.
Everybody's telling you the man. You believe it, right?
Well, and so I wonder in the offseason. Now, I'm not, by the way, giving any pass to Mike Shula. I think Lenore Sellers deserves some of the weight for the issues that they had last year, because I question, again, how much of a work ethic he had. And again, it's not that he wasn't out throwing or lifting weights or skipping anything. It's just, I used to listen to Steve Spurrier talk about it. Steven Garcia would go to workout. It wasn't that Steven Garcia wouldn't go to workouts.
Sure.
Steven Garcia would go do it barefoot, and Spurrier's like, you don't play football barefoot.
Yeah.
No, we don't do that.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, do you get inside your head like, man, I'm playing great. I had a phenomenal end to my first year as a starter. You know, again, you're talking about Heisman projections, first-round draft pick, and all that kind of stuff. I'm good, man. I don't need to get any better. And we can't confirm or deny if that was the situation or not. But, you know, you do look at some of the mistakes he was making last year and the unconventional things he was doing that weren't present the year before. And again, when your season's as bad as it was last year, no question is unaskable. And you say, okay, was he maybe not as engaged as he should have been? Was he maybe skipping some things in the offseason that he hadn't the year prior in terms of trying to make himself better? We don't know, but we can only speculate.
I don't think, I'm not, personally, I don't think he was skipping anything. I think this had more to do with, was he putting in that necessary work to go from being really good to being great, to go from being a draftable guy last year to being a first-round pick. Texter says, or maybe Sellers is just overrated. Well, that's possible. There's a million players in college football who could very well be overrated. That can go for pretty much everybody, to be quite honest with you, except right now I would say about Jeremiah Smith. Probably not overrated. But with the rest of them, you can say that for everybody. What if Julian Sayin comes back and has a bad year at Ohio State? Does that mean he's overrated? Does that mean he didn't put in the work? I don't know. There's a lot of answers to that question. Now, let's play this, because he also talked about the offensive line. And I thought it was really interesting with him addressing the about Phil Steele addressing the offensive line. Here's what he had to say yesterday morning about optimism about a portal-heavy offensive line.
Well, you have to factor in different things when you're looking for a bounce back year. And as mentioned, you go back to last year, there was plenty of injuries on the offensive line, and then firing the offensive line coach mid-year. So generally, you're going to see improvement. Now, I can tell you, being on the Joe Moore Award, the Joe Moore guys feel that the offensive line play overall in college football is down because of the transfer portal. There's not as much cohesion on the offensive line. It's tough to build. But when you look at South Carolina, the things I like is the fact that they brought in experienced guys who have started, and then you have those extended practices now where you can practice a little more over the fall to get together, cohesion, and then of course you've got all of August to get together. So I think we're going to see enough players come in where there's definitely going to be improvement on the offensive line, especially after what happened last year.
Couple things on this. One, there were certain times that people just didn't block anybody.
Yeah.
Like flat, they would block down, but the edge was coming around.
What game was it? I can't remember if it was Boaz Stanley or somebody on the interior. It was Missouri or something like that. Just completely let somebody through without even getting a hand on them. Maybe I'm misreading that, but there was a situation that happened at least once last year where it's you didn't even touch the guy.
There were times and so I start with the offensive line with scheme and with scheme and with coaching, just flat coaching.
Yeah.
I don't even go to, how good are they or how strong are they? But let's be honest, this group under Greg Atkins, he's included, because that was the Eastern Illinois game. That was the Shane Beamer opener. And the other openers, which have been mostly, not all of them, but have mostly been cupcakes. South Carolina didn't go out and push around Eastern Illinois. Right. They didn't push around Georgia State. They didn't push around. Give me who was the one I'm thinking, because they also played North Carolina to start the season.
Old Dominion.
Old Dominion, thank you. They didn't, you didn't physically show that you were an SEC school that could dominate. So just the coaching alone in the scheme, I'm interested to see.
Yeah.
Those two things up front. Now, he also talks about age. That is a good point because we still have 24-year-olds, 23-year-olds, 24-year-olds on the offensive line that are grown men that are well more developed. And that is a part of what South Carolina's going to have this year is some true grown bleeping men on that offensive line that are older, that have been around. That's what they had a few years ago when you had the young man from North Carolina A&T transfer in that went to the Saints. I know.
Dang it if you hadn't said his name.
I know. Yeah, him.
Torricelli Simpkins.
Yeah, Torricelli Simpkins. You had grown men on that line. And then that circles back to another part that Phil Steele said, and that is the fact that he mentioned last year there were indeed injuries.
Yes.
Now, I don't know. How much did injuries play a part? Josiah Thompson played a lot, and apparently he had a significant injury.
Yeah, especially towards the
we don't quite understand what happened there. So, again, to me, coaching and new scheme, age and maturity, and then no injuries. Those are the big three things. He also touched on one other thing that we're going to hit on when we come back, and that is that he said the consensus is offensive line play is down across the country. And he said it because of continuity, because of the transfer portal. I got a different theory, and I'll let Terry's been around longer than both of us. I'll let Terry weigh in on that, and you offer your opinion too, and we'll discuss that on why offensive line play is not the same as it used to be. You're listening to the Halftime Show. we'll come back to the Sellers thing because I don't know if I agree with y'all on some of it. And then Jay from Interstate mentions, and this is true, yeah, they didn't push around South Carolina State. Yeah, that's the other thing about the offensive line is, we can sit here and say, well, the scheme wasn't good. Mm-hmm. The play calling didn't help Sellers, whatever. But there were games you should have just been able to line up and physically. You're an SEC team. By the way, with supposed, and Josiah Thompson was on that line, with supposed 4- and 5-star talent on that 4-star talent on that line.
I'm glad they brought up the SC State game because they're right. You didn't push around a team that on paper you're supposed to be a whole lot better than, and maybe because of the weather thing, we just kind of glossed over a lot of things. That game should have really been a lot of warning signs for us in hindsight of how bad last year was going to be because you couldn't move the ball against that team. It wasn't until Fakari Swain had the 2 punt return touchdowns that opened the game up, and then your offense started functioning a little bit better. You couldn't block very well. Again, just everything was really clunky, and again, I think we maybe wrote it off because of the rain and the weird delay and all that, but that was more of an indicator of what that team was actually going to be than I think we realized at the time.
As far as the offensive line, now, Terry, weigh in on this. You've been around a little bit longer. I've talked with JC about this. We'll have him later today. But everybody says, well, it's continuity. It's this with the offensive line. Terry, you've watched, and there's a thing on The Athletic that talks about football in the 90s. But, Terry, you've watched football a long time. Let's be honest. Defensive linemen are evolving at a rapid rate. I mean, you just laugh. You watch some of the stuff on the Saturdays in the South, and defensive linemen were, 6'2", 185 pounds. I mean, but now you're putting these offensive linemen. Offensive linemen is an incredibly tough position. But you're talking about now going against guys who are 6'4", 6'5", 6'6", that are 270, that are running 4.5s, 4.6s, that are just it's inhuman. It's honestly inhuman. And that, to me, is more why the offensive line struggle than, well, it's continuity or, coaching at times.
No, you nailed one of the reasons right there. These guys are freaks. I mean, let's look at Dylan Stewart real quick. Take a look at that guy. You shoot him out of a cannon. He's got long arms. He's got this crazy bend. He's fast. He's athletic. You're asking some offensive lineman, hey, stop him from killing the quarterback. So you're right. That's one of them. The other, to me, is the way these offenses have changed. When we all started watching football, most offensive linemen were lining up old school techniques, right? Mm-hmm. Now you're doing all these different kind of run and shoot type offenses or fast-paced offense. You're throwing the ball 50, 60 times. The NFL, they don't like the idea. A lot of these guys can't line up and run block anymore. So that's another part of it. But, Bill, you hit one of them. These defensive ends and edge pass rushers are freaks now.
I always go back to this about wanting to see individuals in person. Mm-hmm. Like, part of going to SEC Media Days I enjoy seeing a couple years ago, it was Tua that I wanted to see in person because on television he looked short and extra stocky, and I just wanted to see what he looked like. Yeah. I think this year that one of those guys would be Gunnar Stockton because on TV, Stockton looks like this just physical, like this physical-sized quarterback that shouldn't be good, but obviously is good.
He's bigger than you think he is.
Well, that's my point. But you're watching on TV. Perfect example, and I've never seen him in person. I never went to a game, but it's Shaquille O'Neal. Like, you can look on TV and be like, he's big.
Yeah.
But then I've talked to people who are like, but then you see him in person and you're like, that's not a human being.
Well, and I'm glad you brought up the Stockton thing in Media Days because he was there last year and saw him in person. Then I saw Caden Proctor from Alabama in person. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's why those guys look so much smaller standing next to that mountain at left tackle.
Yeah, and I say that because there are some of these defensive linemen that you see in person, and again, they're 6'4" and they're 6'5" and they're a chiseled 250 and 260, and you're asking a guy to kick step backwards and block them, and here is this raging 22-year-old whose only goal in life is to kill the quarterback. That's a hard job, and it's getting more difficult and that's why, offensive linemen are getting paid very well in the NFL, but that's why defensive linemen are in such need, because when you find those guys that are athletic freaks like that, they're hard to stop.
I wonder if we can kind of correlate the evolution of this with the rise of the edge position, because it used to be called defensive ends.
Right.
Now they're called edges because they're edge pass rushers. That's what they do. They come off the edge, try and kill the quarterback. That kind of coincides with that athleticism that we talk about now. I'm sure there's a more scientific study or a correlation on those two things. But you're right. I mean, you're asking these monster offensive linemen that are getting bigger and bigger by the year to handle more and more athletic guys coming off the edge, not to mention linebackers and guys in the interior of the defensive line that continue to get more athletic as well. So that all plays into why maybe offensive line play, in addition to the portal, as Phil still pointed out in terms of what he's talked about with those guys in the Joe Moore Award panel, as to why offensive line play isn't the same as it once was, because you're asking these guys to do way more athletic things than what they used to.
We've talked about a lot of positions from the offensive line. Obviously, linebacker got mentioned. I've talked a lot about the running backs. On the early game on yesterday morning, Phil still talked about what position in his mind will make or break South Carolina. Here's what he had to say.
I would have to say, well, really, when you look at the team, to me, the offensive line is going to be the key to whether or not, if they show the improvement I expect, that to me is going to be the key to this season. But another one to look at is probably a little bit the defensive line. I like the talent there. Dylan Stewart, you lose 3 starters, but I like the overall talent that they brought in to replace them. Brownlow Dindy at the defensive tackle spot, I think he is powerful. He is 311 pounds in the middle. That's going to be a nice force to have. And, Coach Beamer told me this group reminds him a lot of 2024's group with 6 defensive tackles that can play in good depth at defensive end. So I think if the defensive end line can be anywhere near as dominant as it was in 2024 and the offensive line pulls together, those are probably going to be the keys.
I do agree with him. I am expecting the front 6, if you will, the front 7, front 6, the starting 2 linebackers and the 4 defensive linemen to be massively upgraded for South Carolina, and to be I'm putting a lot of expectations on them, and maybe I'm being a homer, but to be one of the better groups in the SEC. Brownlow Dindy, I've been very excited about him. I think this is a huge year for him. I think he's got a lot of potential. I think he's finally back from that ACL injury. And Tomiwa,
it's just Tomiwa.
Okay.
There's no other Tomiwas on the team. There's no other Tomiwas in the college football, I don't think.
Just maybe start calling him TD.
We know who he is.
Yeah, TD. Versatile defensive lineman. You get him in. I like the freshman group as well with Christian Ingram. A lot of talk about Noah Clark. You got guys in between that. I like this especially the interior.
Sure.
The edge remains to be seen. You got Dylan Stewart, and then you got a bunch of guys who are going to have to step up. I think somebody will fill that void. I'm not sure who it'll be. Maybe it's Julian. For all I know, is Julian Walker. And then the linebackers I really like, back and experienced and athletic and can run. The front 6, if you will, unless they go to a 3-man linebacker group, the front 6 or 7 I expect to be one of the top, I'd say in the top 4 or 5 of the SEC. And I know that's high standard, but I do expect that.
Sure, and a lot of that does have to do with continuity and development and all that kind of stuff. But you also look at the guys you brought in from the portal. You mentioned Tomiwa, Caleb Herring coming in at the edge spot, that we have high upside for what these guys are supposed to be and the roles they're supposed to play. Now, they still got to go out there and do it. But again, the defense was one of the strengths of the team last year, including what was happening with that front 6. And we'll see if that translates to this year.
I hope I'm not speaking ahead of time, but I do think Clayton White is one of the most underrated coaches South Carolina has had come through the university in a long, long time. I think more people get caught up on some of the faults of the offense and the offense coordinators and don't realize just how good Clayton White has been, because he did get that unit last year playing very, very well and give South Carolina a lot of opportunities in several games. 803-404-6100. We'll come back. We'll talk a little bit more about this. And is today an anniversary?
It is.
Today's an anniversary, and we don't have any donuts or cake or anything. Well, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out, and we'll tell you what the anniversary is. You're listening to The Halftime Show. 803-404-6100. Several of y'all have texted in. Going back to the Lenora Sellers thing. Red from Greer, first-time texter. Thank you. Once upon a time, there was a thing called the sophomore jinx that you could point to. Other examples and scare kids. Teams do not know how to prepare for you as a freshman. If you give them an entire offseason to do so, they figure it out, and the player has to evolve. Lenoris did not seem to do that last year.
I think there's truth to that to some degree. It's kind of like in Major League Baseball when you have a guy that comes in as a rookie and is just like tearing the cover off the ball in his first couple weeks. It's always like, okay, wait until he starts seeing those pitchers of those same teams again the second time. They're going to have a better scouting report on him, and he's probably not going to be hitting 450 anymore. And that typically is what happens. You're right back to the norm. So, yeah, there is something about that. I mean, he played very little in 2023, had a couple touchdown passes, had that long touchdown run against Vanderbilt, but not enough where anybody going into 2024 knew everything about Lenora Sellers. And he had his ups and downs in that first half of the season. He just kind of hit his stride there in those last 6 games and became those Superman Sellers that, we enjoyed watching so much. So, yeah, there is something to the fact that, all these teams had an entire offseason to prepare for him as opposed to not really knowing what to expect going into 2024. That's not the end-all, be-all of why he had his struggles, but that can contribute.
Yeah, I don't think Mike Schuler was very good, but I don't necessarily also place all the blame on Mike Schuler from the Lenora Sellers. Some of it work ethic, some of it scheme. I do wonder if, and this would fall back in the Mike Schuler category, though, if it was coached out of him to not be as aggressive running the football, to just play football, to play football, to just make, read, run. Yeah, pretty simple, right?
Right.
Read 1, read 2, run. No, okay, all right, we can do that. Another texter weighs in this afternoon on the text line and says, Sellers this is Josh, Sellers lacks fire in his belly to be great, lacks leadership skills. He has all the physical tools, seems to be a really good kid. Haven't heard a bad word about him since he's been here. I think he's got the fire in his belly. It all comes across differently, and this is what I mentioned last year before being yelled at by Shane Beamer on Twitter, is that we all lead in different ways. Connor Shaw, really truthfully, in terms of personality, being around the two of them, was no different than Lenora Sellers. I'm not talking about his players, and I'm really not going to talk about, all away from the field, in the dorms and stuff, because I don't know. But in terms of me talking to people around the facility and talking to people that interacted with them during football, they weren't much different. It wasn't like Connor was an in-your-face quarterback. Lenoris is he's also, and I talked about this last year, there are times you got to step up. Connor had a lot of people around him. We can all point directly at DJ Swearinger, who, look, South Carolina hadn't had a personality. South Carolina very rarely has had a personality like DJ Swearinger.
Sure.
I mean, very rarely. And I love Nick Eamon-Warry, but even Nick Eamon-Warry, personality-wise, was nowhere near DJ Swearinger in terms of personality. But I do agree with the leadership skills. There is a way to lead as a quarterback. You have to do it, and I do think he struggled with that last year.
Yeah, and look, he's not the rah-rah guy, right? Like, we know that. We've talked to him on the show before, had him in studio, and he's not the loud, kind of over-the-top guy that's going to go out there and give you the Braveheart speech while you're trying to, drive down the field to score a touchdown in the last couple seconds of the game. He's more of a lead-by-example type of guy, and when he's out there playing his best and, evading sacks in the backfield and scoring big touchdowns in big games, that's something that people resonate with. But when you're struggling and not making those same kind of plays, he's not quite as easy to turn to, I guess. But again, you can't make somebody into someone they're not. So you can't force Lenora Sellers to be the guy that's going to jump up on a table and rile everybody up. He's always going to be that guy that kind of leads by example and leads by the way that he plays. It just wasn't there as much last year.
One more text. This said, last year around this time, the hype around Lenora was at its peak, and the conversation was how he would handle becoming one of the nation's most watched QBs on top of NIL money and basically becoming a star. Now that we're in 2026, coming off a failed season, nobody talking about him or the media, and the media is not as concerned about the Gamecocks. What kind of effect can the lack of attention and expectations have on Sellers?
Maybe that's exactly what he needs, right? We talk about South Carolina in general in the Beamer era been playing their best when people are counting them out, when they're not being hyped up for, hey, look what they did last year. They're going to replicate that. Maybe Sellers the same way. Maybe going into his freshman year, an unknown was exactly what he needed. He didn't need the hype. He didn't need people telling him how great he was. And, you have that to some degree this time around, but not nearly as much as it was, this time last year.
He's been challenged now. I mean, let's be honest. Lenoris is a great kid, is one heck of an athlete, one heck of a football player. He's never faced adversity like he had to last year. We'll continue talking about this in hour number 2, but you got an anniversary for us today.
It's our show anniversary, man.
Well, yeah. I'm a bad co-host. I forgot.
You didn't get me anything.
Got you some of these beautiful garnet glasses.
Oh.
That you will go blind if you. You should have seen Terry. We wore these one day. We had no chance. We were like 3 blind mice in here afterwards. Couldn't see anything. Happy anniversary to you.
Thank you.
Hour 2 on the way. Bill Gunner for Mid-State Roofing, where they have been the leader for over 30 years in the roofing and waterproofing game. 30 years, long, long time, but they've done it with customer service. And again, with the storm that we had last night, and I'm sure a few more on the way, now is the time for you to be calling Mid-State Roofing and lining up that maintenance contract. And part of being great for 30 years in that customer service is being there for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Look, a leak doesn't know when it's going to occur. It just happens. So if it does occur at, say, midnight or 1 a.m. or 2 a.m., Mid-State Roofing is there. They're ready to help you. They've been thinking about it all day. They're excited to jump out and ready and get over to your house and fix that leak. That's what makes them number one in the industry, being there to help their customers. So give them a phone call, 803-356-1919. Again, that's 803-356-1919. Tell them Bill Gunner sent you. It is 1 o'clock on your Tuesday, July the 7th. As we roll along, Bill Gunner, Tyler Head, Terry Ford hanging out with us just a little bit. And we'll be joined by Jalen, and he'll come in, and we'll kind of continue to motor on through here on your Tuesday, a Talking Tuesday that I should probably, I didn't look to see if JC texted me back, but check him. You, by the way,
yes.
You're prepared. You found the Barnes & Noble, and you got your Phil Steele magazine.
I did. Look, I went to the one on Garner's Ferry. I used to live out that way. I'm not the biggest fan of that side of town, so I was very much like I want to get in and get out as quickly as I can, and I knew it was going to be there. So I pull up, and, naturally, it's a sports magazine. So what I do, I go to the sports magazine section in the store. I'm looking up and down and all around. Can't find the dang thing. So then I'm just circling the store, looking at every, display table and anything. There's not, a dedicated sports section there. My God, where is this thing? It was sitting on a table by the register the whole time. I could have been in and out in, 90 seconds if I just, turned to the left as soon as I came in. But instead, I ran around for, 10 minutes before finally buying it.
It's a thick book I'm looking at.
370 pages.
What is the cost of that?
$25.
25?
25.
Is that the going rate for these things now?
Yeah, typically. You can also buy a digital
bought
version.
A magazine, Gunner, and we can talk about on the air.
Yeah.
Well,
Now, they had a lot of other magazines there that wouldn't benefit it for this job very much. That might be cheaper, but yes.
but no, honestly, it's been a while. But I would have assumed $6.99.
Oh,
$7.99.
Well,
That's how long ago it was when I bought
Now, if you're talking about the National Enquirer that's by the checkout at the grocery store,
no,
maybe.
like the Athlon Sports, the Streets and Smiths, or Phil Steele.
Those things, you're going to be in the teens to 20s.
Inflation, man.
I'll be fair really quick. So I go to the airport a couple months ago because I flew out. My daughter was graduating college, and I like to read on the plane, right?
Uh-huh.
So I'm gonna grab a Men's Health. I used to every now and then buy a Men's Health. You know what a Men's Health costs today, man? Men's Health magazine cost me $12.
And that's
just a magazine. One magazine.
How thick was it?
It's not that thick.
502 pages. No, about maybe 80, 70 pages,
pretty
60
standard,
something.
Pretty standard magazine.
Yeah, just a regular little magazine. Bill, you got to get out more, brother.
Well, no.
This inspires. We need a Price is Right segment where Bill tries to guess the prices of things that he hasn't bought in a long time.
Well, y'all say that I'm such a weird, interesting person from the standpoint of terrified of technology, terrified of it. But yet everything that I read is basically off of my phone. I really don't use an iPad, despite the fact that we have 3 of them at the house for reasons completely unknown to me. I really don't read off of I use my computer when I'm here, but if I'm at the house, I'm I'll pick up my phone. My screen time, I get the little updates on Sunday morning. It's through the roof. But that's because really anything that I read is typically through my phone. So if I'm reading an athletic article or Big Spur or Gamecock Central or Gamecocks 247, whatever, it's all through my phone. So I, unlike you mentioned you tried to get the digital copy last year, Phil Steele, you're like, I can't do it.
Yep.
That's the way I can't tell you the last time I looked up I don't even know if they make them anymore, the Gamecocks Media Guide.
Oh, the old school?
Yeah. I don't know if they make them anymore, to be honest.
I think they're only digital now, aren't they, Tyler?
They're on the website.
I've not seen a physical one in my couple of years here, so I would venture to say probably not.
Yeah. So no, I don't buy. I will admit, the other day I was at a grocery store in Lexington, and if I was gonna buy a Phil Steele, and I walked over to the section or whatever, the magazine section, and I didn't see it. Now I saw the Streets and Smiths and the Athlon, and I didn't even really get close enough to see what the price was. I just was going to go for the Phil Steele, and it wasn't there. And I was getting it for Austin. I wasn't even getting it for me because, again, a lot of my reading will come through my phone. But yeah, $25.
$25. I mean, for what you get out of it, it's a pretty good deal.
What do you get out of it?
Look at how much he packs into these pages, man. I mean, that's it's pretty good.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah.
See, I'm constantly in a state of always trying to learn something, and if I read 10 pages of this every single day, I'm going to learn a lot.
Well, it's not that, and I mean, I read, and I'm starting to study up on teams, but I do it again through my phone, through the internet, that way. So, okay, all right, well, that's everybody does it differently. 803-404-6100. Oh, we got to get our TV flipped over here.
Are we starting today?
During the I don't know if I would have cared or not. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to pursue the World Cup anymore. But at least as of a minute ago, or a few minutes ago during the break, Egypt was up 1-0 on Argentina.
Oh,
which would be quite the upset. So we may as well throw that on. Yep, still 1-0 at halftime. There in the World Cup. Switzerland and Colombia coming up at 4 o'clock today.
Our little things don't typically reach this far.
Okay, all right. But yeah, so a slight upset going last night. Obviously, the United States goes down 4-1 to Belgium. And look, that was, to be honest, just an embarrassing way to go out. It's not that you lost, it's how we lost last night, Tyler, that really stands out to me, with the absolute dumb mistakes. Like, yeah, it's one thing if Belgium just goes out and they're better and they score goals. I'll be honest, I kind of, in the back of my mind, thought Belgium was probably better anyway.
Sure.
Still led myself to believe that we could get it done and we were going to advance to the round of 8. But when you give up goals in the manner that USA did last night, you look at times like the American soccer joke that we have kind of at times been.
Yeah.
It's just, it puts a damper. To me, it does put a damper on what you just did.
How much of an effect does playing at home, or at least on one of your home fields, have to do with the disappointment as well? Because, all right, if this thing was being played in France, right, and they went out there and had that same type of performance, yeah, it sucks and be bummed about it, but, you had everything that you need. You had an amazing crowd that was full to the gills, that was loud the entire game. You had a home field advantage, and it just from the very get-go is, again, as I go back to what a lot of the experts that know more about this than we do were saying, it looked like they were playing scared, playing back on their heels, not attacking as much, because Belgium was just bam, bam,
right.
bam, 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 taking shots left and right, scoring early on in the game to give them the 1-0 lead. And then even as soon as America got, their one goal, Belgium quickly snatched the momentum back by scoring a minute later.
So, I mean, I'm not going to lie to y'all. I'll watch the Premier League. That's about it. And even that, I haven't gotten into as much as I did 2 years ago. But what I'm going to say may be a very ignorant comment, and if it is, feel free to text in and say I'm wrong. I guess here's the way I look at it. Aside from Paraguay, I don't know if we beat anybody. It didn't feel like, number one, we got beat by Turkey.
Yes.
So it's not like you went 4-1 in these games. You swept the group stage and you went 3-2. You beat Australia, that I don't think is known for its soccer. You beat Bosnia, which is not bad at soccer, but I don't feel like I don't feel like that's a power. And then the Paraguay game, I guess that's good. I feel like that's a better one.
Mm-hmm.
But the first time you played an opponent that I'm like, okay, that is a world soccer power. Like Belgium, okay, that is a world soccer power. It looks like it's the high school against the JV.
Sure.
It looks like it's the varsity versus the JV. And that, to me, is what I kind of take away from it is, okay, that was a nice run.
Yeah.
That's how far away we still are.
Do you kind of liken this to, and really the Big Ten's the only conference that does this, where you have your 3 non-conference games in the first 3 weeks of the college football season, and you can beat up on Akron, Eastern Michigan, and East Tennessee State by an average of 50 points.
Right.
Hey, wow, we're off to a really good start. And then you go play Ohio State in week number 3 and get throttled by 50 or so. Oh, all right, well, maybe we weren't as good as we thought we were. Would you kind of equate it to that?
Yeah.
Maybe
more like a non-conference basketball schedule.
Yeah, you felt good about the teams you were beating, even though, all right, on paper, maybe you were better than most of them, and you're supposed to win those games anyway. And then when you finally became kind of an underdog in a situation, you didn't match up with the team that was better than you.
Yeah, and again, I think it stinks too, because I'm not saying that we were better than them, but it stinks because it does feel like we essentially, I mean, the last goal was what it was, but even then, that was a massive mistake in turning the ball over deep in there in our territory, their territory, whatever. And then obviously goal number 3 was just a horrendous, stupid mistake. You know, the first 2 goals, we made mistakes in our own that allowed them to get those goals. So, you know, it wasn't, again, there was no goal that Belgium scored last night where I was like, oh, man, they're just flat out better than us. It was just more of the overall sense, though, in the dominance of the game.
Sure.
That Belgium believed they were going to win.
They played like it.
And the USA was like, this is a lot on us. This is a lot to be here. Or maybe we're just happy to be here. I don't know.
It was very much a case, and I know the World Cup being 4 years apart, so teams look very different. But it was like one team that looked like they'd been there before and one team they hadn't. One team that kind of got caught up in like the glitz and glamour of what being in this position was, even though, again, the U.S. isn't foreign to the round of 16 because that's typically where they lose, even though now you have, the round of 32 to have an extra knockout in there. So it almost kind of seemed like, hey, we won a game in the knockout stage. We're in the round of 16. This is so cool. Look at this crowd. And it's just like they weren't ready to play soccer. And again, I say this is somebody that's not a soccer expert by any means, but it was very clear coming through the TV like, oh, Belgium's more aggressive. Belgium seems to want this more.
Yeah, it turned very quickly. The other thing about this, quite frankly, and it's not that I don't want to say I don't care. That makes it sound, it doesn't come across the way I want it to. But as you just mentioned, with the World Cup being every 4 years, I know we got the Copa Cup and the Gold Cup, the Silver Cup, and the Panama Cup, and you get the point. There's a bunch of other tournaments. We as Americans genuinely, the majority, do not care.
Yeah.
Like, do not care.
Well, we have an entire professional soccer league in this country that
they're trying.
Yeah, they're trying, but like it doesn't stack up to the other major leagues.
So I say that because people are like, well, is this going to grow? Is this going to grow soccer? No. Soccer, in my opinion, ended last night until 4 years from now.
For a lot of people, yeah.
That doesn't mean that kids won't still play and the game won't grow. There's a reason it's one of the fastest growing sports in the United States. And you got a lot of young kids that play it, and you've got great club teams around here: Congaree Rapids, Lexington, again, the United. You got great clubs, but again, truthfully, we're all about. In 3 months' time, you'll be like, name 3 of the soccer players, and you'll be like Pulisic,
Flabaligan,
and I don't.
So this whole growing the game point, if you're talking about in the standpoint of getting to the point of being like these other countries, you would have to slow down the growth of football, basketball, and baseball, because those are the 3 primary sports in America, and that's just not going to happen to where more kids are gravitating towards soccer as opposed to those. That's just not how we view things as a sports society.
I don't buy that, though. And here's why. How many spots? I got no idea. I got literally no idea. How many spots are on that USA men's team?
I don't even know.
20?
Sure.
20? You're telling me we can't, in this country, with our athletes, with our way of doing sports, we can't find 20 of the... I'm not asking for 10 teams of 20.
Yeah.
I'm not asking for 200. I'm not asking, and no offense to the MLS, I'm not asking for a professional sports league of teams. I'm talking about 20 guys. And you don't have to recruit... Well, yeah, it gets a little long-winded on where you're recruiting from. Like, again, you can... If a guy has some kind of nationality to him, he could have been playing in Germany or Spain or wherever.
Sure.
Like... You're telling me we can't come up with 20 guys that can compete with the rest of the world? Like, compete.
I guess not.
That's why I don't buy into basketball, football, baseball, they all got to slow down a little bit. No, because there's 20 kids out there. There's 25 kids that should be able to play this sport and match up on a high level. 803-404-6100. We'll give some more thoughts on that, move back into some football when we come back. It is the Halftime Show. I guess I'm not out just yet because I'm kind of intrigued now by this Egypt-Argentina game.
Argentina's playing some nail biters here as of late.
They are, and they'll probably come back. They'll probably find a way to steal this one, come back and win. But one thing about this, if they do lose, that's it in the World Cup for Lionel Messi.
Yes, it is.
I would assume that's it. I guess.
How old is he?
He's 37, 38.
38.
Yeah.
38,
So he would 41, 42 by the time the next World Cup rolls around. Like, yeah, that'd be it. And that is kind of the weird thing about this not being an annual event is you do have to think about it from the perspective of like, man, the Ronaldos, the Messis, how many more World Cups do these guys have? As you know, you're watching the Mbappes and the Erling Haaland and all those guys kind of come along. That'll kind of be the faces of these for years and years to come. You could quite literally be watching the last 40 or so minutes of Lionel Messi in a World Cup ever.
803-404-6100. Pete weighs in and says you cannot find 20 guys to compete for a World Cup in this country. Our best athletes go to football, basketball, baseball, hockey, lacrosse, soccer. Every other country has their best athletes playing soccer, and the fact is we just don't care enough to do anything to change that.
They also have academy systems and all those other kind of things set up there too.
Well, I don't buy that. I don't buy. I mean, no, that's the way it used to be. Look at. I'll be honest. Look across the. I'm trying to think of. But I guess Spain, look at places like that now.
Yeah.
France, how many guys are coming from France to play basketball? Like, yeah, I get it that it's still fewer coming from there than we've got, but you're talking about a pretty large country. You're telling me we can't find 20? 20 that love soccer that much? I mean,
well, we haven't yet.
No.
Or are we just poorly coached?
I mean, we have the facilities to train these athletes to be one of the best in the world, but
I don't know the answer to this.
Yeah,
I'm kind of spitballing here. By the way, Egypt has just scored to go up 2-0. This actually is actually would be a shocker. Do we have 20 Americans? I don't know. I don't know that are playing European soccer. You don't have to look that up.
I can look it up.
I'm just curious.
Are you talking like Premier League specifically?
Well, Bundesliga, La Liga, Serie, I think it's Serie A, I believe, like the elite level European soccer. I don't know. I have no clue. Now I'd be curious. I'm talking in circles, to be honest.
Right now there are currently 5.
Oh my God.
Okay, it says 5 U.S. men's national team players on Premier League rosters.
Premier League, so
Premier
that's
League.
5.
That's Premier League. Yes. So that's just Premier League.
I'm sure there's a couple in Bundes. I'm sure there's a couple in La Liga. Maybe
see.
2 or 3 here, 2 or 3 there, like playing in the upper leagues of Europe.
I believe 3 in La Liga.
That's 8.
Let's see, Bundesliga.
And by the way, somebody let us know that Messi turned 39 during the World Cup. So yeah.
Okay, so yeah.
So actually, if you want to see a little history, now would be the time to flip over because it looks like his World Cup is just about done.
Believe 9 in Bundesliga.
Okay, well,
if I'm reading this correctly.
So that jumped us to 17-ish.
And a lot of these guys are playing on the World Cup team.
Well, anyway, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what kind of development we continue to have there. We'll move away from soccer at the end of this segment.
I think they took Egypt's goal away.
Oh, did they?
Were we offsides again?
Probably.
It's
the only thing that ever happens.
Anytime something fun happens, offsides.
But we'll move away. But Tyler poses the question, and I think it's a legitimate question as to will the U.S. losing? Is this like what is the memory of the U.S. in this thing?
I think that it was fun for a couple weeks. Like, that was neat to follow. I don't know how many people. And I know, like, the last time they got eliminated by Belgium in 2014, with that awful game where Tim Howard had to save a million shots and the rest of the team was awful. I think that scarred some people a little bit, but like I don't think many people are doing this like a top 5 worst sports memories of all time type thing.
I guess my question would be like, how will you even remember this? Because I got to admit, I remember the gold medal hockey games, plural, but more specifically the men's game, because we won.
Yes.
If we had lost, it'd be out of my mind. It'd be out of my memory.
Yeah, well, when you lose, it doesn't get talked about as much.
Right.
Like, well, you're like, yeah, we're
Well, but see, in hockey, at least we're starting to make a name for ourselves.
Sure.
In soccer, we're not. And that's another part about this is I feel like we're just going to move on from this, and Alexi Lawless will disappear now for 4 more years, and then we'll see him again at the next World Cup. And I've liked Zlatan Ibrahimovic, whatever, and Thierry Henry's commentating when I've had a chance to watch them. I think they've been really good, but yeah, in terms of painful losses, Tyler, I'll be honest. I think that people starting this afternoon have forgotten about it and are moving on. And I don't know whether that's good or bad, but you talk about it. I mean, let's be honest. We played Phil Steele just a little while ago. Phil Steele talked about last year's South Carolina football team. What was one of the things he mentioned? Blowing leads in the Texas A&M game. And guess who probably still has, obviously, recollections of that, of nightmares of that.
Oh, yeah.
That one ain't going away where, say, this one will disappear within about 24 hours.
Yeah, and I think there's a difference when you talk about the World Cup in terms of, like, people that are, like, soccer fans. Like, Jay Phillips is going to view that loss last night more emotionally than we are because he's just a big soccer nut, as opposed to a lot of other people like, oh, well, I'm rooting on America. I want to see my country do well. I'm not necessarily a huge soccer fan. And I think those are the type of people, which a lot of the audience that's, watching the World Cup are like, all right, that sucks, but that was fun while it lasted. On to the next thing, which for us is, football in 60 days.
That'll wrap up our soccer coverage. All right, USA loses. We move on. We will try and keep you updated on this Argentina-Egypt game just because all of a sudden now you're talking maybe a massive upset. But when we come back, we'll get back into what Phil still had to say about some other teams around the country, including Clemson, and why LSU may be a disappointment this year. You're listening to the Halftime Show. And JC's responding. He is good to go.
Tyler right here for our friends over at Canty Foundation Specialist. If you're around the Midlands, you probably got hit with some pretty bad rain yesterday. And if you have an open crawl space under your home and recently experienced a storm, guess what? There might be some standing water under there. And as I told you many times before, standing water underneath your home is very, very bad. It can affect many, many things, including the air that you and your family breathe, because about half the air in your home comes through the crawl space. You don't want to be breathing in nasty, moldy, mildewy air, do you? Of course not. Well, that's our friends over at Canty Foundation Specialist come in. Go online to schedule your appointment today at cantycanfixit.com. They'll send a professional out to your home to evaluate that crawl space and make sure they get it fixed up so you and your family can live worry-free and breathing healthy going forward. Again, go online to cantycanfixit.com for our friends at Canty Foundation Specialist.
803-404-6100 is how you can weigh in if you want to do so this afternoon. Talking, that was good. We have officially wrapped up our now World Cup. I will keep you updated on like this. And by the way, during the break, Egypt did score.
Yes, they did.
And
this one counted.
Our good buddy Courtney Levitt lets us know that Messi also has missed a penalty kick in this game. Not going well. So maybe I should say our coverage of the United States in the World Cup is officially over. We will move on from that. We'll keep you every once in a while updated if there's a game on while we are sitting here and talking. But, yep, that'll do it for us. A very good run of World Cup coverage, if I say so myself. Some are saying it was the best ever. A couple are already nominating us for awards for our World Cup coverage. We just do what we can, folks. We just do what we can. 803-404-6100. Phil Steele on the early game on Monday. One of the things he talked about was teams, and Jalen, this is going to be number 5, teams that will surprise in the SEC this year. Let's hear who he thinks will surprise in the SEC.
Well, my number one surprise team this year is Alabama. That's because they're sort of being discounted coming into the season. So it didn't sound like your question was looking for a team like that, though. I'm going to say, how about Tennessee? I think when you look at Tennessee this year, the big question for me might be on the defensive side of the ball. They're bringing a new defense coordinator in Jim Knowles. The one thing I've noticed about Jim Knowles, usually it takes 2 years for his defense to come together. But if he can get that defense to come together and be improved, they got more talent this year than they did last year. And if they get good quarterback play, and I know you look at last year and you say, well, you have to have a returning veteran starter, right? Well, guess what? Ohio State did pretty well with the first-year starter. Notre Dame did pretty well with the first-year young starter. So if Tennessee can get that production, and Josh Heupel usually does, they've got a schedule that could possibly get there. They face just one upper-half team on the road, Texas A&M. They've got 5 SEC home games this year. Good surrounding talent for that young quarterback, and the young quarterback may surprise this year.
What was I want to give you the date before I ask you the question.
Okay.
Mark Schlabach of ESPN on June 16th. So not a month ago, but close. This is after Brendan Sorsby was declared not playing for football at Texas Tech. So you took Texas Tech out of it.
Yep.
But on June 16th, Mark Schlabach for ESPN put out his summer top 25. Do you know where Alabama was?
I'm just going to guess 8th maybe.
No.
Not ranked at all.
16th.
16th.
I say that because when you do that, when you say 16th, does that mean you're being overlooked? We're going somewhere with this here.
Well, and I think in terms of the question was posed to which teams would surprise you, because if you're 16th, that means you're good. You're around 9-ish wins, but not quite playoff good by what the standard of the playoff is right now. So I kind of take what Phil Steele said to say, hey, this is an Alabama team that's winning maybe 11 games in the regular season, playing in the SEC championship game again, because I don't think a lot of people think they're good enough to be able to do that again this year.
I tell you what, I've got Alabama falling off. I don't say fall off, but it wouldn't surprise me for the Crimson Tide to be 8-4 this year. I love Kalen DeBoer as a coach, and I think he's will more than hold his own in the SEC. I think 2 things, though, with Alabama. Number 1, we'll never see another run in college football like what Nick Saban had. That was the end of that, all right? And so you can't hold Alabama to that standard anymore. But 2, Nick Saban recruited at such a high level, you're seeing those players trickle out.
Yes.
And the way he ran that thing, you look at Alabama this year, and they go on a 3-week stretch, Tyler, that goes Georgia, in Tuscaloosa, at Tennessee, and at home against Texas A&M. And then they get a bye, and then they get LSU. Throw in a few other games here. South Carolina, Auburn maybe. Do we expect Vanderbilt to go back to being Vanderbilt? Is that kind of our expectation? No, I know you threw your hands up,
Yeah,
but no, what do you
Kentucky
expect?
on the road, the second game of the year.
You're
Kentucky, yeah.
more likely than not, Vanderbilt reverts back to the norm. Doesn't mean they're gonna be like 2-10, but like more around that 4, 5, 6 just win team that we're used to than them replicating like a 10-2 again. I would say if you're gonna ask me to guess on Vanderbilt, that'd be my answer.
Okay, all right. Wait, what? No.
Vanderbilt to me is more likely to be back to being a 6-ish, 5-ish win team,
all right.
as
Then
opposed,
2-10,
as opposed to
okay, I
backing
gotcha.
up what they did last year.
Gotcha,
If you're gonna ask me to say what I think's gonna happen with Vanderbilt, there's my answer.
Okay, but we'll see. Keep an eye. Jayla mentioned Alabama goes to Kentucky in week 2. Who knows what Florida State is in week 3?
Yep.
Where is that? Do we know where they got? Where is that?
It should be a return trip. That should be in Tuscaloosa.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
They
They
went
didn't
to
play. I don't know
Tallahassee
why I was
last year.
thinking they played a neutral site last year. But yeah, you get Florida State there. We'll see. 9-3, 8-4. He also mentioned Tennessee. What was your takeaway on him mentioning Tennessee as kind of an underrated team?
I think, and he mentioned it, it all goes back to the quarterback situation, right? Because at least last year, after you had the Nico stuff, you had a guy in Joey Aguilar that had played a lot of college football at App State and before he transferred to UCLA and ended up at Tennessee. So you had a better idea of what he was. I don't really know what to think of any of these guys. George McIntyre hasn't really played a lot. You got Faison Brandon coming in as a true freshman, and then Ryan Staub, who was not great when his opportunities he got at Colorado. So I just don't feel confident enough in the quarterback situation. But as he said, you can't have situations where guys come in as a first-year starter at quarterback and they take the world over. So, and Heupel offense is obviously very quarterback-friendly, so that certainly could happen. But I don't know enough about the quarterback situation to confidently say one way or the other of how good Tennessee can be until I see those guys in action.
Tennessee, I'm guessing because he did the interview yesterday, he does not see the loss of Chaz Coleman as a huge loss for him to say that. That's interesting. You mentioned it as it pertains to the quarterback situation. To me, that is it. I don't think you'll see Ryan Staub there. I think you'll either see George McIntyre or Faison Brandon. And the quarterback system there for Tennessee is pretty friendly. Mm-hmm. I expect one of them to have a big year and maybe because of the way they play, be in some Heisman discussion, but I don't know if that equates to 9 wins to be in the college football playoff discussion.
Yeah, and again, their schedule's tough. You know, they got the Alabamas, and I believe Georgia's back on the schedule this year and all that for them as well. So they're going to go through a gauntlet. It is a more quarterback-friendly system with Josh Heupel, as, you know, Phil Steele mentioned there. But again, like you had a quarterback that was doing fine last year in Aguilar, and yeah, they did lose in heartbreaking fashion to Georgia. They should have made that last kick at the end of regulation. They would have won that game, and that certainly changes the fortunes of the season to some degree. So they're not far off, but especially when you have as much turnover as they had, not having a guy like Chaz Coleman that was expected to be a high-level contributor, how much of an effect does that have is the question we don't know the answer to yet.
The Tennessee schedule actually is very manageable, and this is why maybe you keep an eye on them. They open the season with Furman. Good luck, Paladins. They go on the road to Georgia Tech. I don't know if that's a road game. Just the way I'm looking at the schedule doesn't tell me the exact space. Yeah, it is Bobby Dodd Stadium. They go on the road to Georgia Tech in week 2. Then they get Kennesaw State. Then they have Texas to wrap up the month of September. Auburn, okay, at Arkansas, probably win that one. Mm-hmm. Alabama and Tuscaloosa. I think for Tennessee, as crazy it is, and I know it comes across as being a homer, the trap game is the South Carolina game because you're coming off of the Alabama game. You have not had a bye up until then, so they should be pretty beat up. South Carolina will be coming off of a bye. South Carolina and Tennessee has developed into a little bit of a rivalry in terms of fans not liking each other. And right. I don't think Josh Heupel and Shane Beamer are very good Christmas buddies either. That's a trap game for them. Then they get the bye. Then they close out with Kentucky, Texas A&M, on the road at A&M, LSU, and Vanderbilt. That schedule is about as manageable as you could look at, though, because you don't have – typically it seems like for the SEC, you have a lot of teams with 3-game stretches where you're like, oh my goodness. We just talked about Alabama's.
Yeah.
Where you go like, oh my goodness, how do you navigate that?
Yeah, they don't have that stack of games together that are particularly challenging. Again, you still have a lot of teams like Texas and Alabama. We assume LSU is going to be pretty good, A&M and all that are mixed in there. But, yeah, you get a lot of reprieve in between with the Arkansas, the Kentuckys, the bye week that makes that schedule more manageable.
Let's listen also to why Phil Steele thinks LSU may be a disappointment this year. Again, here's Phil Steele yesterday on the early game.
The one that I'm probably looking at might be LSU, and I think LSU probably comes into the season possibly in the top 10, but they have a rugged schedule. They are practically a new team. And I did a new thing in the magazine this year. It's called the Homegrown Factor, which talks about teams that, recruit freshmen and then they stay through all the way through. Alabama, Georgia are two of the teams at the top of the SEC. This LSU team is almost completely rebuilt. They have very little coming back from last year. They've got 2 offensive linemen. They've got Whit Weeks coming back at linebacker and a couple of good cornerbacks in P.J. Woodland and Tamari Cooley. But I don't think they're going to be top 10 level. I think when you look at the schedule this year, they play at Ole Miss, where I've got them a dog. The Texas A&M game to me is a toss-up. The Clemson game could be a toss-up early. They have to play at Auburn. They host Alabama, and Alabama handled them last year again. They host Texas. That's going to be a rough one. Texas, I think, with Arch Manning is much improved at the end of the year. That Tennessee team that we talked about. So there's the potential for this LSU team to lose 4 or 5 games this year. I don't think they'll be a top 10 team coming in at the end of the year, but I do think they might be a top 10 team at the start of the year in the AP poll.
We'll discuss that when we come back to wrap up the hour where it is the halftime show. You can't. I'm not sure. I'm not sure you can check out of the World Cup. Argentina's what? Just scored 2 goals in 3 minutes, essentially.
Yeah, 4 minutes, but yeah.
Yeah, it's 2-2 now in this game and in this match. And again, if they lose, that's it for Messi. That would end his World Cup run. At least we would assume he wouldn't play at 43. But I'll say this: it's been entertaining. If you just out and out don't like soccer, then it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to what's been going on in the games. There's just those people, and listen. There's plenty of sports. Some people just don't like baseball. Some people just don't like basketball. There's nothing.
Sure.
Some of y'all out there are just you're going to be anti-NBA, and it doesn't matter how good it is. That's fine. But I'll give it to this: the World Cup's been pretty entertaining in terms of matches, and you got another really good one going now. With that being said, do we have something to really look forward to? No. That's the new difference in this.
Yeah, and now, again, if you're interested in the stars of the game, and Lionel Messi, who did score that second goal, by the way, now leads the Golden Boot race with 8 total goals as of right now. And, again, it would help if he continues to play, which means Argentina would advance in terms of winning the entire thing. But, yeah, I mean, he's not going down quietly, that's for sure.
803-404-6100. We played that clip from Phil Steele going into the break on LSU being a disappointment. What did you take away from that? Because I've got some certain thoughts here with LSU going into the season.
Yeah, I think, and when you look at just how many guys they brought in from the portal, it's an entirely new roster. Right? And yes, it's a lot of very talented guys that they paid a lot of money for, but there's never a guarantee that that's all going to click, especially in year number 1, at a new place. So there could be some bumps in the road. They have a tough schedule, as everybody in the SEC obviously does. And Lane Kiffin, typically, his average, so when you look at his first years at Tennessee, Southern California, and Ole Miss, he's averaging about 7-5. So typically, he doesn't come in and set the world on fire immediately. Now, the second year when he was at, Southern Cal, as well as Ole Miss, that's when he started to win 10 games. So typically year number 2 is better for him, and I wouldn't be surprised if that was kind of the same thing at LSU. Now the fan base, how patient would they be, I think is a better question.
Here's my thing with it. This is why it's really interesting for me with LSU. Even at Tennessee for his 1 season, and even at Southern Cal, Lane Kiffin's never dealt with a fan base like this.
He is not.
And Ole Miss, no offense to the Mississippi, and we're going to have Yancey Porter on probably tomorrow, maybe later this week, to talk Mississippi and what's going on down in Oxford as Pete Golding gets ready for his first full year. Ole Miss was just happy, right? Hell, what was it, 7 wins? Cool. 8?
Sure.
Now you're winning 10?
They've never been at those heights consistently in school history. It's brand new for them.
There is, to me, this is not where Kiffin excels. This is not where Lane Kiffin excels, when pressure is on him, when eyes are on him, when all of a sudden, because it's cool at Mississippi where if you lost Kentucky, whatever the score was 2 years ago, where you lose and people are like, man, that's a bad loss, but they move on, right?
Yeah.
It's not shown continuously on SportsCenter. LSU, you drop a game that you're not supposed to, the fans are after your head, and I don't think he's going to handle that well. I think it's going to snowball on him. I am starting to think this turns in. They've got $40 million into that roster, and to me, it all hinges on, I think it's the right foot. I think it's the right foot of Sam Levitt. I think that's the foot he had the surgery on.
Yeah, sure.
I think it's the right one. But it all hinges on Sam Levitt, who was great 2 years ago, leading Arizona State to the college football playoff with Cam Scadaboo, but then last year got injured and wasn't all that good. That is huge to me. And you look at their schedule, like you said, any team in the SEC, every team in the SEC has a hard schedule.
Yes.
There's nobody that gets out of this thing. But Tyler, I don't know if disappointment's the right word, because in his first year, I think there's going to be bumps and bruises and ups and downs. But if you go 8-4 in year 1, that fan base is going to be ready to run you out of town. And I don't know what the line will be in Oxford, but at Mississippi on September 19th, Texas A&M the following week, Alabama on November 7th, Texas on November 14th, at Tennessee on November 21st. That's 5 games right there that I mean, you got to go 4-1, which Lane Kiffin ain't good against great teams.
Yep.
To not be 8-4.
Yeah, and we have, as much as he gets talked about, Lane Kiffin's never won a national championship. Lane Kiffin's never actually coached a team in the college football playoff. Could have last year, decided to walk away from it. Like, he's a good coach, but he's never proven to be elite, at least not yet. So you're bringing this guy in, hoping he's the guy that gets you back to being a national champion, national powerhouse type of program, but he's not completely proven that as of yet in any of his stops. Ole Miss being the best one, but they still were ascending when he left.
Yeah, and again, my point is, it's all fun and games until somebody loses.
Yes.
I always say that for roster management, too.
Lose that first game against Clemson and see how people feel.
As a Gamecock, but please don't lose that one. Win that one. Win that one. We'll talk more about this. J.C. Sherbert comes up at 2:15. 23 minutes ago at 1:37 p.m., ESPN Insights on Twitter put out a stat. Argentina has lost every World Cup match in which they have trailed by 2 or more goals in their history. 13 in total. 0-13. 0-13.
Mm-hmm.
23 minutes later, they are roughly 45 seconds away from pulling off the comeback against Egypt 3-2.
Yeah, Egypt's losing control of themselves. There was arguments with an official. Yellow cards were handed out. I'm not sure what they were arguing about. It looked like a perfectly legal goal off a header by the Argentina player. And, yeah, I mean, we're entering in the final minute or so here, and Argentina's about to lock this one up.
Unbelievable. I mean, look, again, that's why this has kind of been fun. But, yes, Argentina has rallied. They just got a third goal in extra time, and they have taken the lead on Egypt, who it looked like was about to pull off a huge World Cup upset. I don't know what the spreads were on this earlier today, but it looked like Egypt was going to pull off a huge upset, and now Argentina, oh, how the tables, what is it?
Oh, how the turntables.
Oh, how the turntables.
Oh, have the tide is turned.
Then that one too, yes. So 3-2 there in that. 803-404-6100. Finishing up that LSU thought, I just... My question is honestly because Lane Kiffin doesn't seem to handle pressure well.
Not really.
And you know how the media is going to be there. He's
Sure.
not faced media scrutiny like this.
Nope.
He's not faced fan scrutiny like this. Now he's got a quarterback there's a lot of questions. There's no honeymoon period in Baton Rouge.
No.
It's make the playoff this year or else.
Yeah, you have to hit the ground running, and I think it's been interesting because, like, through spring practice and stuff like that, Kiffin's kind of trickled out those little things like, hey, guys, got a tough schedule, a lot of new guys. Maybe this year we're going to be a little bit of a learning curve or something along those lines. Almost kind of trying to temper expectations like, no, man, when they poached you from Ole Miss and all that, dog and pony show went down, the expectations are you're supposed to come here, be in the playoff, and win national championships. And the longer it takes to get to that point, the more impatient that fan base is going to be.
I don't know, for a lot of us, look, I don't think any of y'all truly hate soccer. I don't think, I think we all were very happy to have something to latch on to and to be able to unify us for the last few weeks. But is it the universe? Is it the American way that last night we lose and soccer kind of wraps up, the World Cup for us wraps up, but today Big 12 Media Day underway, just kind of an easy transition into, all right, it's
begins.
Media Day season now.
Yeah, I talked to Chapel Fowler of the state newspaper this morning. I believe ACC kickoff is next week.
Okay.
I believe up in Charlotte, and of course we got SEC Media Days coming up, 2 weeks from now. So yeah, it's almost kind of like the perfect transition, and that's the good thing about the way the World Cup's positioned this year. And funny enough, the final for that's going to be July 19th, which is that Sunday before Media Days begin. So if you're following it all the way to the very end, you'll crown a World Cup champion. Boom, next day's Media Days. We're hearing from coaches, hearing from players, and then a couple days later, we're starting camp, and boom, football's here.
So yeah, today we were. If you wanted to, you could honestly be that person and be like, well, that's it. Thank you, World Cup. We've officially got football because a media day is here, and it is the Big 12. I think Kenny Dillingham is talking or has been talking here as we've kind of been on air. I've started to see some stuff creep out about him and just some things. Nothing important. I didn't realize. There's two things I didn't realize. And I think I did know this, and I don't think I did know this both at the same time. Arizona State is going to go to London and play Kansas. I think I knew that. I think we mentioned it.
This year?
They're going to go to London, yes. And typically, Tyler, you would say, well, you're going to London. It's going to be the season opener. No. They're going to go September 19th, the third game of the year. They're actually going to play Texas A&M on the 12th. And then go straight to London, according to Kenny Dillingham.
Yes. Now I do remember. So I think our guy Scott Hamilton actually broke this story when they announced it. Whenever that was, I remember that now. Yeah. Wembley Stadium on September 19th.
Not Kansas State. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Kansas and Arizona State. Yeah. Look, the Big 12 is doing some outside the box things. This is one of them. Sure, I guess. I mean, again, we see games in Ireland. TCU and North Carolina are going to play in Ireland to open up the season this year. We've had games in Australia. NC State and Virginia were supposed to play down in Brazil. That got canned, so that's back on the States. But, like, as much as I don't necessarily agree with it, it seems that several of these conferences, and I do find it funny that Greg Sankey's the one like, hey, we're not playing games internationally. These other conferences are trying to branch out and be different, I guess.
Well, I'll say this. I'm all for creating a little bit of tradition, and now this may all go to waste in the next year or two if technically week 0, as it's called, becomes the first weekend of the season, and that's all part of the proposal to move the season up to the weekend before Labor Day, the official start, and then you'd have week 2 would be Labor Day week. But there has become a niche for this game in Ireland. It's been the last few years. I forget who plays. It's just always somebody that kind of keeps us entertained.
The Aer Lingus Classic.
Yes. What? I know a few years ago it
last year was Farmageddon. Kansas State, Iowa State.
Yeah, a beautiful game that we needed. And then 2 years ago was I don't know if it was 2 or 3, but it was Northwestern and somebody. No,
2 years ago was Georgia Tech and Florida State.
2 years ago, so 3 years ago was the great Northwestern game we sent Ryan Helinski and them over for.
I think 3 years ago was Notre Dame and Navy. And maybe the year before that was Northwestern.
Let's see. What was the Aer
Lingus Classic.
Lingus. I did not spell that anywhere close to being correct. But let me see. All right. I know that Northwestern, because I know where I was. We'll look this up.
Hold on. I got some results here. All right. So Northwestern Nebraska was 2022. 31-28 Northwestern win.
2022.
And that, so
20 really? God, I feel old.
For a while, this was like they did it back in the 80s a couple times, 90s. They had a run 2012, 14, and 16. But since 2022, this has been an annual game every single year.
Yeah, I like it. Count me in.
And it's the first game. Like they kick at noon on week 0. So it's the first game. It features pretty much every single time 2 teams from power conferences. So it's a game that you can sink your teeth into as opposed to some of these other games on week 0. So yeah, it's a good way to start college football, as weird as it is playing it in Ireland.
Yeah, they've done a good job. I would like to maybe see one more big week 0 game. A couple years ago, we got Florida State in Miami.
Miami.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, Miami.
That was great.
And that was a lot of fun. This year, you just mentioned it. I would say what do you want to say? Maybe 2 what we'll call decent games. You do have a brand name opponent in Southern Cal playing at 3 o'clock on NBC against San Jose State. But you'll have on that Saturday, you mentioned it, you'll have Bill Belichick in North Carolina taking on TCU. And then the other game that, as you mentioned, I think maybe there's some interest in NC State and Virginia, just 2 ACC schools. Dave Dorn and why am I blanking on Tony Elliott? Tony Elliott. I don't know if this will be of interest. Florida State does play that day as well. It's on the CW network. Maybe Memphis and UNLV draws your attention a little bit.
I'm actually intrigued by Jacksonville State and NDSU as well.
Are you now?
Yes, I am. First game for NDSU is an FBS team.
You are being serious with that
From
comment.
the Fargo Dome.
Okay.
The Bizarro Gamecocks traveling to the Fargo Dome. Sign me up.
Sports Network, for those of you 5:30 that are already planning ahead. But, yeah, that's your week 0 schedule. Now, week 1 is actually kind of a bummer, if we're being quite honest about it.
Compared to last year, for sure.
I think for most weeks, week 1 is a bummer. Look, and maybe some of it was what we were supposed to have. We were supposed to have some other games, Alabama, and I think it was West Virginia.
Yep.
We were supposed to obviously have Miami and South Carolina. The main game now of that weekend where game day will be at, obviously, is at Memorial Stadium for Clemson LSU. And Phil Steele, well, he weighed in on the Clemson season. What will it be like? Here's what he had to say yesterday morning.
Yeah, I think when you look at I can say the name, you guys can't, but it's when you look at Clemson this year, I think first of all they've got to play better at home. Last year they were 3-4 at home. That's just unacceptable. It was their first losing season at home in forever. I think they're going to actually get quarterback play up to last year's standards, because last year a lot was expected out of Cade Klubnik. Didn't really happen, but I think Vizina or Tate Reynolds, could step in and do a good job. I like what they've got a receiver with T.J. Moore and Wesco. They were banged up a receiver again last year. The defense looks solid. I like Sammy Brown. And really, when you look at their schedule this year, the games I've got them an underdog in, you look at LSU. They're a slight underdog there, and then home against Miami. But the rest of the schedule is actually very, very set up well. Their road games are Syracuse. Florida State's a winnable one. Cal's a winnable one. Duke's a winnable one. If they can get that home edge back, and they play one of the better schedules in the ACC this year, then I think Clemson's actually going to be a contender in the ACC. I know you guys didn't want to hear that.
We'll get to that. Just say, by the way, we have next to us, in the parking lot next to us, we have construction.
Yes.
And I just heard some rumbling. I don't know if you caught that. And so every time I hear that, I'm like, oh, we got a storm outside.
Yeah,
and,
no, I think the sun's actually out now.
Yeah,
I think it's passed.
But during that playing of Phil Steele, I heard some rumbling. I don't agree with Phil at all. Not that I don't agree with him on the team. I'm talking about the schedule. Not that I think Clemson's playing some daunting schedule, but I find Clemson's schedule really, really, really interesting. Guys, let's go through this for a second, then we got J.C. Sherbert. Okay. LSU on the road. They're a double-digit underdog in this game.
Yeah.
Phil still just said, well, they're close here. No, they ain't close. They're double dog. Then you get Georgia Southern. All right, you should be okay there. But then you get North Carolina. Does anybody know even close what to expect from North Carolina in Bill Belichick's second year?
Probably better than they were. How much, I don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you remember how great South Carolina's first drive was against Virginia Tech last year?
Yeah.
Remember North Carolina came storming out of the gate, too. And we
North Carolina had the best opening drive of the entire season last year, and that was about it.
But that's, so North Carolina. Then you go to Cal, and Cal ain't a dud. You got to go out there on a Friday night, too, which is going to be really strange.
Yep.
It's going to, you're going to go out there and you're going to play. It's going to be a 10:30 game there. You got JKS, the quarterback there. I can get Jaron out of that, but the other two I can't. Like, Cal's not just some pushover that you're going to play. That's going to be an awkward time for Clemson. I think they win that game. But then, Tyler, for the Tigers, you've also got Virginia Tech. Then actually you've got Miami. So you get the Cal trip. Then you come back, you play Miami. That game will at least be at Memorial Stadium. You get Charleston Southern. Then you get the back-to-back games that, again, I think are really intriguing on the 24th and the 31st of October. James Franklin and Virginia Tech, and a trip to Mike Norvell and Florida State and Tallahassee.
Yeah, and again, we expect Virginia Tech to be at least something respectable with James Franklin, and for the sake of Mike Norvell's job, Florida State needs to be better if he wants to hang around there. And, again, going to Florida State no matter what is always a tough trip. And then you look at the rest of the schedule there. Good Georgia Tech that we expect to be solid once again. Of course, South Carolina at the end of the regular season, and sneaky game on the road at Syracuse where they've struggled
I was about to bring that
plenty
up.
of times in the past as well, not to mention going on the road to Duke as well. So, yeah, it's not a cakewalk by any means. And again, there's – so much unknown about all these teams. It's tough to speculate exactly what everybody's going to be, but yeah, it's not going to be a layup by any means for what they're dealing with.
You're right. You mentioned it. Syracuse on the back half of the season. Brent Key maybe has Georgia Tech going in the right direction in those new uniforms. Manny Diaz, it seems like, has Duke going in the right direction.
Gosh, they won the ACC last year.
Here's the thing about that. If Clemson was a team that we knew pre-COVID, but right after COVID, you're like, all right, that's probably 9-3, 10-2. This can easily slip to 5-7. Like, there's not a whole lot of teams that I look at on that schedule and I'm like, yeah, they're drastically worse than Clemson.
Yeah.
Like, Clemson can just roll out, run down the hill, and play football and win the game. So, we'll see. I don't know. I don't agree. We'll see on the quarterback play from Phil Steele there saying that he thinks that they get plenty out of either Reynolds or Vizina. But I'm really intrigued by them. And, again, I think that schedule for them is a lot more difficult than maybe some actually give it credit for. But it also depends on how, like, North Carolina, Cal, what does Virginia Tech look like in year one under James Franklin? Does Florida State have any kind of life left in them, or is that a dead program, so forth and so on? All right. You're back tomorrow?
Yep.
All right. Tyler will be back tomorrow. We'll get you set for Wednesday. Coming up next, though, J.C. Sherbert joins us. It is the Halftime Show. It is. We're running a few minutes behind on this segment. It is 2:20. Joining us now, as he does each and every week for a Talking Tuesday, though, J.C. Sherbert, who is still enjoying, I think, the last bits of a vacation, my man. Hopefully you enjoyed a very nice 4th, maybe had some good food and saw some good fireworks.
Food, yeah, fireworks. I don't know, first year in a long time. I had to work all weekend because everybody else with my organization was off, but that's fine. You know, that happens. I broke a streak of having like 9 epic 4th of Julys in a row, so it's all good. But my wife and I went and hung out with her mom and some of her friends, and they grilled some food, and it was nice. And the fireworks got on my nerves this year. I don't know whether I'm old man yells at cloud or not, but I couldn't see them from my back porch, and you know. But it was just like, I mean, I think somebody in the neighborhood collectively probably spent $100,000 on fireworks this past year. It sounded like a World War II documentary outside, and you know. But I like fireworks. I'm not a fuddy-duddy on that, but I would be lying if I told you that it was extremely enjoyable this year, that part of it.
All right. Well, that's okay. Hopefully there's always next year, but the good news is we're past it, so now we move closer.
Yeah.
We move closer to SEC Media Days down in Tampa. Are you planning to be down there? Are you heading down there for that? Or?
Oh, no. I skip that event every year.
Yeah.
I think with the live shows that we do on Inside the Gamecocks, Bill, there's probably a chance I'll get shanghaied into doing it at some point. But I quit going the minute it was one of the Nick Saban years, and this guy, I mean, it wasn't even credential media, basically got up and thanked Nick Saban for coming from Alabama, said it changed his family's life, and then openly questioned why he called a pass on 3rd and 4 in a game that past year. And he had a blog. I looked at the blog. It was just basically like a website. There was no content up there, and I was like, you know, you just don't get anything out of it. And nowadays it's all streamed anyway. If it wasn't streaming, I could probably make a justification, but I hate it because Tampa, Atlanta, and Nashville are certainly, you know, nothing against the good folks at Hoover, Alabama, but I mean, I had to go to Hoover. You know, I didn't get to go to Dallas and places like that, so I think it'd be a better trip. But I skip it. I skip that most years.
We got a text in that said talking season, but SEC Media Days just aren't the same without Spurrier. Who else do you throw into that group there? We don't have Spurrier. Who else was relatively entertaining back in it? I'm trying to go back through my Rolodex. I mean, I don't know if Nick Saban was entertaining. I'm trying to think of who else, though. Sam Pittman was actually entertaining. Sam Pittman was great. But you got somebody else that at least was fun back in the day to listen to?
I always like listening to Derek Dooley. I thought he had a great sense of humor. I mean, he didn't win, but he had he was very witty. And, of course, I mean, the great Mike Leach, who was only with us in this conference for, 4 years, he wouldn't even have an opening statement. Like, all right, I just take questions now. But Spurrier was kind of the king of SEC Media Days. I think he looked at it as like the talking season Super Championship game or Super Bowl. And he had just and it got to the point where, it was in South Carolina, basically they wanted to talk to him when he was at Florida. Florida was really good. South Carolina was really good when he was there too, but some years they weren't. But as time went on, it became much more about just, hey, we love Steve Spurrier. And people would ask him about all kinds of things, and people didn't notice. Steve Spurrier didn't really like taking off-topic questions because he kind of looked down and fiddled. I don't know. You had to ask somebody else about that. But people just thought, hey, I can ask the head ball coach anything, and hopefully we get a sound bite. But I always thought Steve Spurrier was at his best when you just naturally let him generate his own sound bites because he was just good at improv like that, kind of like he was as a play caller, really good at improv.
Yeah, it's a shame. I mean, he does that podcast down there, I guess in Gainesville, and he's still got some quotes. He's not moving around well. I saw the Morgan Wallen video several weeks ago where he walked out with Morgan. That was kind of painful to see, honestly, to see Spurrier moving around like that. But he's still got that brain is still clicking and firing on all cylinders. I've brought this up before since we're gonna do this for a second. How does South Carolina need to do something this year for Lou Holtz? Does there need to be some kind of remembrance of 25 years since the 9-3 Outback team?
I mean, I think it'd be a good idea. That was what was second best record in program, second most wins in program history at the time, and certainly there are several. I mean, a couple of folks, Will Petty and Lou Holtz, that probably could be memorialized with it. It's the best record Holtz had at South Carolina. It was his third year. That team actually could have won more. I mean, they had some fortunate wins. The Alabama game at home, they had to come from behind. But that Arkansas game out in Little Rock it was at War Memorial Stadium. It was a flat out defensive war and lost on a block kick. But if that had gone their way, then the Tennessee game up there was another heartbreaker. So yeah, that team actually could have been a little better record wise if the ball bounced their way. But yeah, I think it's a good idea. I think Lou Holtz is a little bit of an underrated part of the history around here because, as the Spurrier era gets in the rear view, people tend to forget about the guy that came in before him and did a lot of the cleanup work with the program. I'm not saying Spurrier didn't have to clean some stuff up because he absolutely did. He didn't inherit a great situation from Lou, but Lou inherited a team that had lost how many games in a row and turned it around and really gave the program a jolt of credibility when it needed it. So yeah, I'm all for honoring him.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've talked about this a few weeks ago, the relationship with Lou Holtz in South Carolina, which I think somebody said he came back and did a commencement speech in about 2012, but you just never saw, which I think maybe is a shame now that he's gone, him brought back to be honored for what he did in 2000 and 2001. Much in the way I know Spurrier's still all Gator, and I know Holtz was all Fighting Irish, but Spurrier still kind of comes around and accepts some praise for what he did, and is a part of the community still to an extent. Lou Holtz, though, when he was done, it appeared he was truly done.
Well, I mean, that was part of how Lou approached the job too. I mean, Steve Spurrier. I mean, when he actually moved to and started living in Columbia, people were stunned because Lou had a house in Columbia, but most of the time he lived down in Orlando, and I think a lot of folks and a lot of those flames were flamed by Clemson media up in the upstate on sports talk radio that basically wanted to project the Lou Holtz era onto the Steve Spurrier era. A lot of folks thought, well, Spurrier will just live in Gainesville, Florida most of the time, and then leave after 4 years and hand it to his son or whatever. And that just never happened. Spurrier approached the job like a full-time gig. It's his program. He's going to go coach the way he's always coached. And they're two different people, And Lou, and Spurrier's wife, Jerry, took classes at Carolina and all that. You also have to keep in mind, too, Steve Spurrier was at South Carolina longer than any other coach. He was there. He retired or resigned in the middle of his 11th season. There hasn't been another coach last that long. You have to go back to Rex Enright, I believe, who coached or maybe Paul Dietzel lasted that long. It was one of those, it was either Enright or Dietzel for anybody that's lasted that long. So he was more ingrained in the community. But you're right. Once Holtz was gone, he was gone. And there was that NCAA stuff that kind of hung out. It was kind of stupid stuff. But, at the end of his tenure and all that good stuff. But, he always repped the Gamecocks on ESPN when he was on there. He was a big homer for the Gamecocks. So he represented.
When we come back, big week. But the last time we talked to JC, we were previewing the big set of announcements coming up. That was Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Well, we have all the answers for those now. We'll get JC's take on the Gamecocks going 4 for 4, including a 5-star prospect in Joshua Dobson and his thoughts on that. You're listening to the Halftime Show. It is Tuesday, July the 7th. Before you know it, JC, we'll be sitting here actually discussing practices and what people may or may not have seen and actual football stuff, but we still got about a month to go. So recruiting, even though it starts to hit a dead period, still takes center stage. And last week, to get July going, the Gamecocks, I've been around it long enough. I know you have too. I don't know if it was coordinated. I don't put it past Shane Beamer knowing how to build a little publicity for his team to try and get guys to make 4 commitments in 4 days, saying, hey, do you mind doing this on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or if it just fell that way. But certainly that's the way you want to see recruiting take a turn for South Carolina. And to get your thoughts on it, it all started almost a week ago when Josh Dobson, a 5-star prospect originally from Catawba Ridge, now at Hoof High School, makes his commitment. What is South Carolina getting here?
Well, I mean, he's one of the best, some have the best corner in the country. And what he does, Bill, if you see him in person, like in a 7-on-7 setting, or see him just, in coverage, there's a lot of rarity there with what he can do as far as, just the natural ability to play the position, to play defensive back, to track the ball. Chris Clark from Gamecock Central talked to his defensive backs coach up at Huff, and his shortness, speed. I think it's what he called it: smallness, speed, and space. It's speed and small spaces is basically it. That's rare, and that's such a beneficial. That thing is very beneficial for a corner because you're dealing with tight spaces and coverage and things like that. One of our guys saw him at a 7-on-7, and he would shut one side of the field down, and then the quarterback would go to the other side of the field. Josh would break across the field and break it up. Things like that you just don't see all the time. Back when I saw A.J. Green play in high school as a receiver, he would do things that you just didn't see. Jadeveon Clowney would do things you didn't see. It's that rarity that has, college football excited about Josh Dobson as a prospect. Is he a out the box, ready to go from day one starter at corner? No, there's some parts of his game, frankly, he'll have to develop with, but Torian Gray will get it out of him. Like Stephon Gilmore and Captain Munnerlin both came in and started right away. J.C. Horn came in and started right away. I don't necessarily know that that'll happen for Josh, even though he's 5 stars, but it's the upside. Keep in mind these rankings are long-term projections, not freshman year projections. And I think once he kind of adjusts to the college game with some of the things he needs to work on, physicality, things like that, the guy has a shot to make some unbelievable plays at corner. So very big pickup. I think he's the second highest ranked defensive recruit. I think Zach Pickens was ahead of him and Clowney was ahead of him, but I think that was it as far as the Rivals industry ratings go. So really special. Special's overused. I'm going to say rare talent to play the cornerback position in Josh Dobson.
What is I feel like we did this with Nick Harbor, and whether it was justified or not because of his position. What is a fair expectation for Josh Dobson in year one? Because you're like me, you've been around it. You know what people are going to see the 5 stars. They're going to expect him to come right out of the gate and have 4 interceptions next year in the season opener and to be a lockdown corner. South Carolina does lose Vakari Swain. Well, we think they're going to lose Vakari Swain. They should. And then they lose Judge Collier, so the position's open. You do have a guy they like. I think you put him on your 2 deep in Kosi Barnes. There are some other defensive backs that are going to be competing for playing time. How do you see year one going, like, for this 5-star guy? If he was a 4-star, if he was a 3-star, I wouldn't ask this question, but you know how people treat 5 stars. The impact expected is right off the bat. Stephon Gilmore was not a 5-star. Devontae Holloman was not a 5-star. Now you got Josh Dobson, who is.
Yeah, here's my thing. So Swain does have Swain has
an extra year. I just think he goes pro.
And yeah, me too. And Collier is in the same boat. Judge Collier could come back as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because of the new 5-year rule.
Oh.
Like Judge So Judge would be 23, 24, 25, 26, and then 27. Yeah, so the 5-year rule changes things with that, and that's okay. Everybody's kind of catching up to that right now. So depending on who comes back, you got Causey Barnes, you got Jalewis Solomon, who hopefully is healthy this year in that mix at corner. You got DeMarcus Leach, who kind of like Judge Collier, got on the field some last year. Those guys tend to take a step between year 1 and year 2, the kid out of Abbeville. And then Tristan Lewis, the true freshman from Greenwood's probably going to play some, and he's at corner too. So how far along will those guys be by next year, depending on who's here? Lots of questions there, right? Just from a talent standpoint, Bill, I think it's realistic that Josh gets in the 2 deep next season. But I will caution, Cam Smith, pretty good corner, redshirted his first year. Remember that? Now there are no more red shirts, so Josh will probably play somewhere. Cam was ranked about 150 spots ahead of Jamie Robinson. Well, Jamie Robinson got on the field. Jamie Robinson had a key pass breakup for the Gamecocks to beat Georgia in Athens in overtime in that huge upset. Jamie Robinson, was out there balling, and Cam Smith really didn't start coming on until his second year after Muschamp left in the Missouri game. And then who got drafted higher? Cam Smith did. So everybody's path is different, as far as year 1 goes. So I will caution with that. But, Josh is a different level guy as far as the rarity and the things that he can do in coverage compared to the other guys that I just mentioned. So I can't imagine, if he's healthy, him not being somewhere in the 2 deep and getting a lot of reps, and then those reps increasing as the season goes on, as long as those normal boxes that you got to check. You got to adapt to the speed. You got to adapt to the physicality. The physicality, to me, would be the biggest question right there with Josh Dobson, that kind of thing. So we'll see how it goes, but he's certainly a rare talent, and I certainly think Gamecock fans will hear from him sooner rather than later.
Obviously, the other addition, and then we'll get to Carson in the next break or in the next segment. But Davion Jones, this is kind of an interesting one in that it looked like it was LSU. South kind of swung him back. I don't know if it was an NIL package that maybe South Carolina was able to put together. But 5'11", 175, can play the nickel, which I think it seems like he's more destined to. But who knows? What do you take away from the Davion Jones pickup?
Davion can play anywhere. He can play corner. He could play nickel. He could play safety. I think when you watch him on film, like naturally, the natural ability and safety, particularly to play the run, and also, one of the things that make Nick Emanware so good, I say it all the time, is his run support. And that's because Nick was a really good tackler. And Davion's a really good tackler. Davion's very natural at dissecting plays and knowing where the ball's going, not taking false steps. That's really critical at safety. But he's got length and quickness on that corner. And then the nickel spot at South Carolina, which is a very important spot on the defense, is kind of tailor-made for him because it takes advantage of all the skill sets. So I think Davion's actually right now, when you kind of just watch film on both of them, Davion's probably, and people are going to think I'm crazy, and you got to learn the difference between a football player and a football prospect. Josh is a better prospect, clearly. Davion's probably a better football player right now, just as far as the polish and, what he does. I think he'll get on the field early. I know they've got some young safeties they really like, and, but he can play anything. So I would expect Davion to be on the field pretty early.
When we come back, Nate Carson, offensive lineman. He reminded me of a certain offensive lineman that South Carolina picked up, an in-state guy during the Spurrier era. I'll see if JC agrees with that, and we'll compare and contrast and what it meant to get a 4-star offensive lineman from right down the road. You're listening to the Halftime Show. Final segment of the Tuesday program. J.C. Sherbert joining us as he does each and every Tuesday. We've been talking a little bit of Lou Holtz, which was interesting, and then, of course, a little bit of football recruiting, as South Carolina has a great week last week. Still right around number 25. That's the one thing, JC. Great week, but it didn't mean that all of a sudden you've got this exceptional class. Now, you can still add to it. You can also subtract. You never know. But one of the bigger pickups is four-star offensive lineman Nate Carson. And, JC, I kind of looked at some things. There's a slight height, weight difference, slight, about an inch and maybe about 10, 15 pounds. Carson really kind of reminds me of A.J. Can. Versatile, can play all the positions, probably better suited at guard, but could play center, smart player. I don't know, there was a lot of similarities that I remember when we were covering A.J. Can, which was a huge pickup back in the day. South Carolina beat out a lot of big-name schools, and obviously he went on to be a very steady contributor for South Carolina, along with a solid player in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nate's probably Nate's a couple of inches taller. A.J. wasn't particularly tall. A.J. and Nate both have pretty long arms. I think Nate's just kind of a larger person, but the athleticism in general is the same with the two. You talk about the arm length and you talk about the feet. A.J. probably footwork-wise, A.J. almost looked like a soccer player out there. He did such good footwork. Probably a little ahead of Nate. Nate's probably a little ahead with size and arm length. Nate is probably a more physical, nasty player. I've been calling him Nasty Nate, because if you look at all these guys in this 5-man high school recruiting class, the one common they share really two common traits, Bill. Number one, they have some position flexibility, all of them. Number two, they all kind of play with an edge. They're tough guys. And if you think about when Shane Beamer was talking about the portal class on the offensive line, he mentioned these guys all play with an edge. Okay, and then you look at Kendall Brow's quote during the spring, give me the 5 baddest dudes up here and let's go. Offensive line, and you look around the country, Carolina's not alone. I mean, Carolina's kind of an extreme end with the sacks given up and all that. But, there's a lot of schools struggling with offensive line recruiting and all that good stuff. And then when they get blue chip guys, they don't pan out. It's a hard position to play. Nobody ever talks about you unless you mess up, right? But so my dad said, though, being an offensive lineman's great because they sit in the locker room and count their money with their pros. They get paid quite a lot. It's a valuable position. So I think kind of looking at it like, okay, let's put a premium on and let's find guys that want to get out there and mix it up, that are clearly brawlers. I don't know if that's going to allow you to win or not because, you're going up a level. Some guys want to brawl in high school. They don't want to get out there and be physical once it gets to college and it gets a little more real. But I like that approach, and I think that's something that Beamer and Browse and Usher, all the folks and Sam Survey, who's done a great job, all kind of put a premium on. And Nate Carson, the blue chip prospect that he is, he's not just out there using his athleticism looking pretty. He's looking to hit somebody if you watch him on film. I love that about him, and you talk about, maybe he plays center. I could see that. I also could see him playing tackle. There's clips of him on the internet when he's battling Julian Walker, who certainly takes a backseat to nobody at edge. And he's matches up just fine with Julian. So I of all these guys, Nate, when I started digging into his film and kind of looking at him, that's kind of one, like, privately to myself, I was like, boy, I really hope they get him. I think he's going to be a really good player. And so they got him and beat Georgia, Clemson, Tennessee. I think most Gamecock fans would love to beat all three of those teams in anything, tiddlywinks, whatever, cheerleading competition, bake sale, So that's always a good recruiting win when some of the schools that your fan base doesn't necessarily dig are the ones that didn't get him.
Real quick, we got about a minute and a half left here. Then the other guy that is brought in on Saturday, kind of the forgotten guy, Jaden Brody, a little bit more of a project, but I use that term lightly just because the other three were such big-time recruits. But Brody out of Raleigh, 6'2", 220, projects more of an edge. Your thoughts on him?
Yeah, I think he's bigger than 6'2", 220. They had him in camp, and the thing about him is, South Carolina, you hear the phrase, trust our eyes, trust our evaluations. When they got him in camp, it was like a different world than with what they saw on film. And there are a lot of prospects that way. I mean, Nick Imanware was a camp evaluation, for example. But they loved him and they offered him, and obviously there's a needed edge. This wasn't a backup plan. This was not a guy where they lost some edge and they're like, okay, who's the next guy down? They don't really do that anymore. They'll just hold it and go to portal. He's a guy that actually came to camp, and the evaluation said, okay, he needs to be higher on our board, and let's offer him. And they got him. And you can always use pass rushers out of D-line heaven, man.
JC, we always appreciate it, buddy. A lot of great intel there on the recruits and back in history with Lou Holtz, man. Hope you enjoy the rest of your vacation week, and we look forward to speaking with you next Tuesday.
Take care, Bill. Be good, buddy.
Take care. JC Sherbert from Gamecock Central at thebigspur.com. All those great websites, of course, that they are now merged together. Y'all have a fantastic rest of the Tuesday.
Hey, welcome aboard. Appreciate you hanging out with us as we kick the post-game show. Terry Ford along with Terry Ford. And I want to appreciate and thank Terry Ford for producing for Terry Ford and Terry Ford. Jay's on vacation. Our buddy Mr. Phillips will be back Monday. Hang out with us. All right, so last night, the United States, it did not go well. U.S. loses. Their World Cup is over. And look, we're just going to be real. Let's just be honest. I say this all the time. I'm not a soccer guy. I don't pretend to be. It's not my bag. 3 or 4 of my kids played soccer, so I've been to many youth/high school soccer games in my life. But it's just look, we all have sports we like, and we all have sports we don't. That's kind of who everybody is. And one of the things, like doing this for a living, you'll get people, and I've had them, because the fans who love soccer, like the fans who like niche sports, are very passionate about their favorite sport if it's a niche sport. And they get a little upset at times when you don't love their sport. It's sort of like somebody loves a band, and they might not be like, a popular band. It's like maybe a band that's like a niche and you love it, and someone says, I think they suck. What? Hell's wrong with you? You don't know music? And they get angry. Well, you'll get every now and then when someone loves a niche sport and you might not be down with it like they are, they'll get angry. They get annoyed. How dare you? What's wrong with you? You don't like my sport? I don't like you. What do you think of that? And I always say that's why I always say to folks, it's like, look, it's like anything. Everybody's got the sports they really like and the sports they don't. It's just human nature. But soccer fans can get a little frosty when you say, I'm not really into soccer. They're like, well, what's wrong with you? It's a world sport. Well, it's a world sport. It's just not like America's sport. And they get even more annoyed with you. But I always say, it's not it's not my bag. I love baseball. Some people would go, seriously, baseball? Terry, I'd rather watch paint dry, because sometimes that's more exciting than baseball. I go, okay, it's fine. You don't have to watch baseball. I'm not mad. It's okay. I'll survive. So I don't really get upset if someone doesn't like the stuff I like in general. But soccer's not my bag. That's all. But, as we do this for a living, you try to have some basic, even low-level knowledge of something, because you never know when you might have to have a conversation, no matter how short, about it. And I've raised my hand and say I'm no soccer expert. Don't pretend to be. At all. And, yeah, last night, the U.S., not just beat, but really outclassed by Belgium. And this is a team from Belgium that the soccer experts would tell you is not as good as past versions of Belgium. A lot of people who know soccer thought the U.S. had a real shot last night because, America has played well, only lost one game. And that was really, it's a game that didn't matter to Turkey. And 2, it seemed like young, athletic, had a couple of dynamic type players, more players who play professionally in, leagues overseas and things of that nature. So it's like, okay, the U.S. has a shot against Belgium because they're not as good as they've been in the past. Okay, cool. I'm in. And look, watching that, I don't think you had to be a real soccer expert to go, wow, the U.S. really doesn't belong on the same pitch as these cats. And it just, for one game, that's what it looked like. Carly Lloyd, who played for the U.S. women, who obviously have been very, very good, had her thoughts on what happened to U.S. soccer last night against Belgium. I just want to play this real quick because I thought it was interesting.
No, look, it's a bit of a downer for us being out here now after this loss, but I felt like they lost the game before they even stepped out onto the pitch, and I'm not sure why, and I don't know the reasons, but just from the beginning, just chasing, tentative, scared, just not confident on the ball. And I think big-time players, you wanted some of those big-time players to step up in big moments. And I got to be honest, I was a bit disappointed with Christian Pulisic. I think whether he wants to be the star of this team or not, we didn't see enough from him in this particular game and really the whole World Cup. Little glimpses here and there, but look, aside from this loss, I think on the brighter storyline, it's been a fantastic World Cup. This team has united the country. They have, gotten American fans to fall in love with them. And there is a bright future, but this is just a real disappointing loss to go out on.
Again, I think that Carly Lloyd makes some interesting points that the U.S. looked like they lost before they'd even stepped onto the pitch. And I've heard that with other, experts who really follow soccer, that they were beat before they took the field. Now, was it because of all the controversy going in? Maybe. I thought there was an interesting angle of, they went from this really cool, happy, feel-good story to the villains because of how everything went down with FIFA reversing the red card situation. Yeah, maybe. Could be. Or it could be that we, as a soccer-playing country, just still aren't good enough. Could be it, too. I mean, if you look at this, again, you try to look at it from the scope of just, okay, what makes a team successful, and I don't think this is the end-all, be-all, but I think it helps a lot, is if you have a dude. Argentina's got a dude. Norway has never been anything till they got a dude. You watch that striker Haaland play, and the difference is he has scored as many goals in this World Cup as Norway has a country in the World Cup coming into this year. Spain has a dude. Was he 14? Now, again, it's not everything because Portugal has a dude, and they haven't won a World Cup with Ronaldo. So it's not like that is the end-all, be-all. But I think it can be a difference maker when you got that one player. And it's in a lot of sports, that one player can make you special or lift the rest of your squad up a level. We see it in sports a lot. One guy can make a difference. Even though you need a whole team to win, if you have one special player, that can maybe take a good team to be a great team. The Kansas City Chiefs, good team. Made the playoffs, winning record. Then they got Patrick Mahomes. Now all of a sudden they're lifting Lombardi trophies, and Andy Reid's one of the greatest coaches of all time. Now, is it all Patrick Mahomes? Of course not. But adding a quarterback with that generational type of talent, who has generational ability and generational performance in a generationally annoying family, I mean, does that change the Chiefs? It just did. It took a good team and made them a great team. And maybe some of these guys, these generational talents in soccer, take good teams and make them great teams. Because now when all else fails, you've got a dude. U.S. doesn't have a dude. They got some good players. They're better players than they've had before, maybe, arguably. Even though people will go back to Landon Donovan and some of those guys and say they were good. But U.S. soccer just hasn't had that generational difference-making talent. Because let's be fair, in our country, soccer on the list of favorite sports, right now, you could almost make an argument it's behind pickleball. I'm only half kidding. You see how many people playing pickleball? So I just think that it's not a priority here. Has it gained traction? Sure. Can it continue to gain traction? Absolutely. Who knows? Maybe one day it will really matter. It matters more than it used to, but it still doesn't really matter on the grand scale in this country. Our best athletes play other sports. Whether, you look at a LeBron James. You look at, just in the NFL, like I'll go by athletic freakishness, like Tyreek Hill before his injuries. You look at a 6'7" behemoth like Aaron Judge, and he's playing baseball. We have athletes who are playing other sports. They might play soccer as kids, but when it's time to make a decision which direction you're going to go as an athlete, they leave soccer because, again, make a heck of a lot more money playing in the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball, NHL. It's just where we're at as a country. You know what? It's okay. Maybe one day we'll be better. But right now we're not. The U.S., despite the about soccer, makes the Sweet 16. What is it, like 4 of the last 5 World Cups? You're getting to 16 as a country, in a country that looks at soccer and goes, okay. Like us as a country right now, most folks are now done with the World Cup. U.S. lost? Okay, cool. There was some guy did a joke on Twitter. Someone sent me, please, U.S. soccer, beat Belgium, because if not, we got to hear about the Dallas Cowboy wide receiver battle. That's where we're going to go now. We'll go to, hey, NFL's ramping up here soon. Let's start doing our lists, our Mount Rushmores, our low-hanging, oh, my God, we need something to talk about fruit, and we'll go to the NFL. Here, obviously, we'll hit college football with SEC Media Days coming up soon. And we're going to kind of focus in today on Lenora Sellers and quarterbacks in the SEC. Because it's list season. So we're going to, dig into that a little bit. Go over a bunch of different people's thoughts on Lenora Sellers and the quarterback rooms in the Southeastern Conference. But that's where we go now. We're done with the World Cup, most people. Now, will I keep an eye on it myself? Because, again, what I do for a living? Yeah, I'll keep an eyeball just to see what's happening. Like today, historic comeback by Argentina where they were almost beaten by Egypt. That was wild. That was something that's never happened before in the knockout round of the World Cup. A team coming back from 2-0 with what? In the 75th minute or later, and Argentina came back and won, and that dude Messi scored after hitting the post and missing a penalty kick. So is that juicy stuff for the world? Yeah. Is that juicy stuff for a fraction of our country who really loves soccer? Sure. Or sports fans who have latched onto this because they like events and they don't want to watch Wimbledon? Yeah. But if you've checked out, that's what we do. It's okay. We do. As a country, we love events. We like to bandwagon events. That's what we're about. And we jumped on this World Cup bandwagon. The U.S. was fun for a while, and, okay, now they're out. So, okay, we jump off this bandwagon, roll up, stand up, brush off our pants, and go find the next bandwagon to jump on. Just the way we are. It's okay. It's all right. Whatever sport you do that for, that's okay. People do it for the NBA, the World Series. That's all right. That's what we do. Hey, it's a big event. I'm going to hit the bandwagon. And now a lot of the bandwagon for soccer and the World Cup in America has gotten a lot emptier now that the U.S. got beat. Is it still been cool to have it in this country? Yeah. Coming from a guy that doesn't really dig soccer, yeah, it's been fun to watch the phenomenon of the World Cup go through this country. I love the German guy going to Waffle House. This is great. The one French dude in Buc-ee's was hilarious. Watching different cultures and folks of different countries come together has been fun. The Scottish drinking all the beer in Boston, hilarious. And how Americans, again, we rally around it. We know, again, with all the craziness and kookiness in this country, we're really good at doing what you should do, rallying together in the category of patriotism to root for our teams. And it was fun. And now the U.S. is out, and a lot of people will move on. We'll have a World Cup update, though, 4:45, sponsored by British Bulldog. I will pop back in here. Let's start looking at Lenora Sellers, hunkering down on what the world of college football and the world of football thinks of Lenora Sellers at this point as we get to enter Sellers' third season as a starting quarterback. That's a post-game show with Terry Ford. Appreciate you hanging here on The Game Network, at The Game TV Radio on YouTube. All right, so as we are just about, well, really we're starting talking season. The Big 12's yapping at their media days. We'll get to that in a little bit. Well, Commissioner Yormark, a little salty about Texas Tech. Taking some of those questions today. We'll play you a little bit of that audio later on the show. It is talking season, yapping season, and obviously ours here gets full-blown crazy starting July 20th, SEC Media Days in Tampa. We will be there 6A to 6P, like usual, bringing you whatever's going on. I was going to say, bring you the excitement of the pageantry. Well, sometimes it's not that exciting, and it really doesn't have some pageantry. But we'll bring you whatever's happening at SEC Media Days 2026, again, 6A to 6P from Tampa. All right, so as we do talking season, I wanted to start off with some positivity. Recently, look, Todd McShay has been doing this draft stuff forever. He was with Scouts Inc. years and years and years and years ago. Then he went to ESPN, was at ESPN for, felt like forever, and now is doing draft analyst stuff for The Ringer. That's Bill Simmons' outfit. Todd McShay recently ranked his top quarterbacks for the NFL draft. Number 1, Dante Moore of Oregon. Number 2 was a tie. Arch Manning of Texas and some guy named Lenore Sellers at South Carolina. And here's what McShay and Steve Munch, his co-host, said about Lenore's. Todd's co-host, Steve Munch, has Sellers at number 2 as well. McShay said about Sellers, and again, this is nothing you haven't heard before, phenomenally gifted. He has 2 elite traits, according to McShay. And again, we know these. Elite mobility and elite arm strength. According to McShay, quote, I see him make defenders miss. It almost comes even easier in terms of then just flicking his wrist and driving the ball down the field. Munch also likes Sellers' competitive spirit, physical strength with the ball in his hands. Quote from Munch, it's impossible to get him down. He has a want to and the refusal to go down sometimes. McShay said Sellers will be a first-round pick. And Munch said a top 5. Now, McShay didn't go that far, but looked at his co-host and said, I don't think you're exactly wrong. Also, McShay says that he's hopeful that playing under Kendall Briles and in the Kendall Briles system can provide the same type of on-field jump as when Fernando Mendoza went from Cal to Indiana, Cam Ward went from Incarnate Word to Washington State to Miami, and Jaden Daniels from Arizona State to LSU. Now, all those quarterbacks change teams, obviously. Lenore Sellers is just changing offensive coordinators, but all those guys won Heismans. Now, I believe, I've said this ever since Kendall Briles was hired. I'm totally drinking the Kool-Aid. I think Kendall Briles is a hell of an offensive coordinator. Excellent offensive mind, and we've seen him build a system around a quarterback with the same skill set as Lenore Sellers and KJ Jefferson at Arkansas, even though Sellers is a more talented quarterback than KJ Jefferson. But Jefferson thrived under Kendall Briles. And I just see Lenore Sellers going the same way. I really think this offense is going to make a big jump. I do. Very few things surprise me, but I will be surprised if the South Carolina offense doesn't become a lot better. The only thing that could screw this thing up, you want to say it with me? 2 words. No, not Mike Shula. 2 words, offensive line. Yeah. The offensive line of South Carolina has become that relative that nobody likes. Everybody's frustrated with. Everybody loves them, but they want them to get better, and they're tired of that relative dragging them down. That's who the offensive line is of South Carolina. If this offensive line with all these transfer portal newcomers to go with Shed Surratt. But a lot of veterans coming in through the portal. If this thing can get it together and just play at a solid level, this offense will be so much better than it was last year. Heck, if the offensive line can play, if they can play a little bit better than the O-line of 2 years ago. The O-line of 2 years ago was okay-ish. But Lenore Sellers really made it look better, as did Rocket Sanders, because their individual ability to break tackles, evade tackles, made the offensive line look better than it really was. But if this year's version of the O-line, let's say it's a one level above what we saw 2 years ago, that's acceptable. Because then Lenore Sellers will have more time to throw or more choices of which lane to run in. Option will be easier in the run game. And he'll have more time to throw, maneuver, make some plays with his arm and his legs. So the offensive line can be okay. That would be excellent for South Carolina. So, yeah, look, these guys aren't going to be alone. I'm talking about Lenore's. Sellers' traits, that's why I said that, if Lenore Sellers, the ironic part of Sellers not going into the draft in 2026, and I understand why he didn't. He didn't want to go out with a season like that. He wanted to come back, play more like he did in 2024 to up his draft stock. Makes total sense. But even last year, coming off of a down season, I think Lenore still could have gone in the first round because of his traits. Traits are so huge to NFL teams. And look, there's 32 of these outfits. It only takes one to love you. And Lenore Sellers, to me, going through private workouts, going through team workouts, going through the combine with the freakish physical skills that he has, and he'll interview well, I think Lenore's could have got himself probably somewhere in the end of the first round. Just on his traits. I do. But I get why he came back. It's great if you're a Gamecock fan to have Lenore's come back. It's even better to have Kendall Browse be the OC. And it's also good to see South Carolina do everything they can to bring in players to improve the offensive line. All these things, and again, maybe I'm just, I don't know, maybe I'm too much guzzling the Kool-Aid. I just think this offense is going to be much better. Because the first time since I've been here, you have an offensive coordinator at South Carolina who really has a resume of success. In multiple stops, by the way. And this can only help Lenore's, and I see why, the folks at the Ringer like Lenore's so much. Putting him tied for second with Arch Manning behind Dante Moore at Oregon. So that's part one here as we're looking at stuff. We'll also take a little scan at On 3. They did their quarterback rankings, top 10 quarterbacks in the SEC. How, going to a break, you want to tease something like and go, you'll be really surprised. You won't. But we'll give you the list, but it really won't surprise you for the most part. All right, Terry Ford, appreciate you hanging out with us as we roll the post-game show. Jay will be back next week. We're rolling solo. We're here tonight till 6 here on the Game Network, at the Game TV Radio on YouTube. We talk a ton about the men's clinic of South Carolina here on the Game because, well, they're an outfit, Dr. Dan and his crew, who want to help you. If you're a guy and you're getting older and you're just getting frustrated because you're not maybe you don't remember things as well as you used to, or you're not sleeping as well as you used to, or, you're just really, really sore after workouts, or you're at the gym and you're frustrated because you're not as strong doing the workout as you used to be. Maybe you don't have that zest for life in anything you do anymore. Call 803-875-MENS. Just make the appointment. Go to the men's clinic. Tell Dr. Dan and his staff your story. They'll do a testosterone test, and they'll then put you in a program specifically designed for you to help you get back to feeling like you again. Just make the call. 803-875-MENS, Men's Clinic of South Carolina. All right, we're doing some Lennar Sellers and quarterback talk here on the show as talking season is really kind of kicking into gear. Like I said, Big 12 Media Day is going on today. Brett Yormark, the commissioner of the Big 12. There's some interesting stuff. A little salty with the folks from Texas Tech, the media. And also, we just can't say Big 12 anymore, Big 12 football anymore. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But Chris Lowe had put together his top 10 quarterback list in the SEC. And we'll start at the bottom and move up. Number 10, Kenny Minchey at Kentucky. Minchey almost beat out C.J. Carr at Notre Dame. Last year, Carr won the gig, had a really good season, and Minchey hit the transfer portal, landed at Kentucky, and didn't do it for free. And didn't do it for sweet deal gift certificates either. Kenny Minchey, a lot is being expected of Minchey at Kentucky. He's running a very quarterback-friendly offense under new head coach Will Stein. who was the OC at Oregon. But problem is, there's not a lot of weapons for Minchie in the passing game. Basically, Stein is hoping that there'll be some guys who step up and develop, or Minchie, even though he's, very inexperienced, can maybe help guys get to another level, or Stein's offense will just scheme guys open. But Kenny Minchie sitting at 10 for Chris Lowe. Camario Taylor. This dude is interesting in Mississippi State. He is an athletic freak. Arm strength, size, athletic ability. Can run it really well. Played late in the season last year. Rushed for 173 yards and 2 touchdowns against Ole Miss. Threw for 241 in the bowl game. Again, he's got work to do. Sometimes he'll do things where it's like, oh my God, I can't believe he did that. And then sometimes he'll do things that are so awesome, you go, oh my God, I can't believe he did that. Camario Taylor, though, a high ceiling. Taylor's number 9 at Mississippi State. Byron Brown at Auburn. Byron Brown, I think, has been in college for 10 years. I think he's a lawyer and a doctor now. Brown had an excellent year at South Florida under Alex Golish, who is now his head coach at Auburn. Brown last year, the only FBS player to pass for more than 3,000 yards, rush for more than 1,000, and complete over 66% of his passes. And only threw 7 picks and 341 passing attempts. Dude is tough to tackle. So Byron Brown, who will be a very interesting player in the SEC, because he will take his punishment in the SEC. And we'll see if Byron can make it through the year in one piece. But Byron Brown, another guy with a high ceiling, coming from South Florida, the quarterback at Auburn. Number 6, Marcel Reed at Texas A&M. I think everything you need to say about Marcel Reed we saw in the South Carolina-Texas A&M game. First half, let's be fair, Marcel Reed was terrible. Just terrible. I mean, just not good. Second half, phenomenal. And that's Reed. He's a mixed bag. Major highs, few really bad lows. I mean, he had 25 touchdown passes, 6 touchdown runs, threw for over 3,100 yards, ran for almost 500. That's all the good, right? The bad, 12 picks. Second most in the SEC. Just, Reed would put the ball in danger way too much. He's got to change that. If A&M wants to, for real, contend for a national championship, Marcel Reed's got to cut down the why the hell did you do that throw? Number 6, Lenore Sellers, South Carolina. Chris Lowe even says, if you can get Sellers back to who he was 2 years ago, watch out. Lowe here, obviously talking about all the great things Sellers can do. He can run it. He's got a bazooka for an arm. Down the stretch as a redshirt freshman was fantastic. Had a ton of buzz for, first round pick in the NFL draft, Heisman conversation, and last year obviously did not go the way anybody thought it was going to go. And Lowe says the Gamecocks need Sellers to be more accurate, more decisive in the pocket. Totally agree. We discussed this last year. A lot of the drop-off, according to Lowe, and again, these are things we've talked about here, offensive line struggles, got very little out of the run game, and of course we throw in an offensive coordinator who just was in over his head. But Lenore Sellers sitting at 6 on this list. Sam Levitt of LSU is at 5. Again, Levitt's got to be healthy, number 1. Has that Liz Frank thing going on with his foot. Levitt, another guy with ridiculous ability, excellent pocket presence, can run around and make plays, NFL caliber arm. 2 years ago at Arizona State, he was part of that crew that went to the college football playoff and should have beat Texas. So Sam Levitt at 5. If healthy, he could be really good in Lane Kiffin's quarterback-friendly system. Number 4, John Mateer. John Mateer played well last year before he broke that bone in his throwing hand. It just wasn't the same, right? It's not so much, I think, John Mateer or his OC, Ben Arbuckle. To me, why I kind of about Mateer being this high is Brent Venables, the head coach. I say this all the time. Venables is an old defensive coordinator who still thinks he's a defensive coordinator. He plays his team to his defense to the detriment of his offense. It's tough to have an explosive offense when the number one problem slowing you down is your head coach. Ben Arbuckle just didn't become a dope after doing what he did at Washington State as the offensive coordinator. But Brent Venables, I guarantee you, you want to talk about having your hands tied behind your back? How about your hands, your feet, your fingers? If Brent Venables would get out of the way and let his OC be an OC and a play caller, John Mateer could flourish at Oklahoma. We'll see. Number 3 is Gunnar Stockton. Again, Gunnar Stockton, very efficient, does a lot of things right. Leadership, toughness, makes clutch plays at times, and he did that last year for the most part. Didn't do it against Ole Miss in the playoff game, but you know. But part of it is Mike Bobo's system of offense is very safe. A lot of short passes. It don't really beat you vertically. They don't ask Gunnar Stockton to throw it down the field. That's not his game. I think Gunnar Stockton's limited. And usually when the first thing I say about you is, man, you're tough. Got leadership. Great in the clutch. I mean, all those things are good. We're not hearing about Gunnar Stockton's arm talent or his accuracy or any of these things that, you know, we talk about with these other quarterbacks. I think that's a little high for Gunnar Stockton. Should he be in the top 10? Sure he should. But I think that's a little high. Matter of fact, I would probably put him behind Mateer, Levin, and Sellers. He's just not a playmaker consistently because they won't let him be. They're afraid to make him a playmaker, Mike Bobo. Number 2 is Arch Manning. I get it. Arch Manning was really good the last 8 games. 20 touchdown passes, only 2 turnovers. Much more accurate. Still needs to stop the happy feet in the pocket. His footwork has to get better in general, then it'll be more accurate. Accuracy was an issue. 13th in the SEC. And there's so much talent around Arch Manning. It's running backs, wide receivers, offensive line. For Arch Manning not to succeed, he would have to suck on purpose. You got a quarterback, offensive guru as your head coach. Everything's sitting there for Arch Manning to have a phenomenal year. Everything. Number 1, Trinidad Chambliss. Again, Trinidad Chambliss went from a nobody from Ferris State who didn't even go through spring practice last season to a guy that a lot of people think will be in New York at the Heisman ceremony and now could work his way into being a first-round pick in the NFL draft. I mean, threw for over 3,500 yards, ran for over 500, played big in the big games, hit that humongous 40-yard pass against Georgia in the playoff game to lead to the game-winning field goal. The only thing with Chambliss, Lane Kiffin's gone, his head coach, his offensive coordinator, Charlie Weiss Jr., also gone. John David Baker, who runs a very up-tempo offense, quarterback-friendly, is now the OC at Ole Miss. You think Chambliss should still be okay, but you never know when you start switching coordinators and head coaches how things will shake out. But that being said, I totally understand why Trinidad Chambliss is number 1 on this list. So there's your top 10 in the SEC according to On3. All right, we are still rolling along with Crescent Construction. We have $325 left to give away in our Grand Slam contest from the baseball season. We've now made it a Grand Slam head coaching hire contest in honor of Kevin Schnall, the new head coach for Carolina baseball, being confident that it was a Grand Slam hire. Just go to 1075thegame.com, click on the Crescent Construction Grand Slam giveaway. Just put in the info, hit send, and you're in. We'll do the drawing on Friday, July 17th. Your chance to bag $325. Just go to 1075thegame.com. All right, Terry Ford, appreciate you hanging out with us as we keep rolling here on the postgame show. Jay's not here. He'll be back next week as we run solo. Very interesting story about an interesting topic. Next, here on the postgame show. Get to the vault here in a second. But first, this very interesting story. Okay, so if you're a casual sports fan, you at one point have heard of Live Golf. And, the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund is planning on cutting its funding to Live Golf after this season. So the folks at Live want to save their tour. They're scrambling to find outside investors. And look, you typically in life have a plan A, B, C, D, E, right? Well, plan Z could be looking at their players, like John Rahm. Rahm was asked about this at the Genesis Scottish Open. Basically, the question was, hey, John, you made a lot of dough at Live. Would you invest some of that to keep the tour alive? John Rahm said, look, I never say never. You never know, man. I'm not going to say absolutely no to anything that can happen in the future. Now, Liv is looking for about $350 million in new capital, and they're having a tough time. They haven't yet reached out to the players, but that might be necessary. John Rahm made reported $300 million alone by just signing with Liv in 2023. He's also won $186 million in earnings over the years, tens of millions through endorsements. Rahm's the highest paid Live golfer. And he said this, though. It would be more of a stay-in-your-lane type situation as it goes to me. I know nothing about business. I'm never going to claim to know anything about business. And if it was a business pitch, I wouldn't know the first thing to say. Probably should have told the whole world you don't know much about business, John. That's where you get that swindler agent type of guy. Hey, man, I got a great idea. That guy. Hey, I got a great idea guy. And usually that involves you giving them your money. And if it doesn't work, all of a sudden you can't find them or your money. If I was John Rahm, I'd be like, hell no, I'm not invested in Live. What are you, nuts? Not a chance. Not happening. I'll just take my hundreds of millions and go back to the PGA Tour, or I'll get my hundreds of millions and buy my own continent. But yeah, very interesting. Liv might have to ask their own golfers to bail them out, which again, you're just having your people invest in the folks they work for, that's all. But they haven't done that yet. It's an interesting story. All right, cracking open the vault. A guy, and this is, again, you got to remember the world over 100 years ago, right? It's a little different than now. 1912, American athlete Jim Thorpe wins 4 of 5 events to win the pentathlon gold medal at the Stockholm Olympics. The medal was stripped in 1913 because Thorpe played professional baseball. So he wasn't an amateur anymore. So he lost his medals because he played pro ball. The medals were reinstated in 1982. Of course, Thorpe had long passed away. Always love when they give you your stuff back after you're dead. Well, you're dead. Here are your medals. Anyway. Also, in the vault, this day, 1973, the first all-U.S. women Wimbledon final. Billie Jean King beat Chris Everett in straight sets, 6-0, 7-5. 1978, the NBA approved a franchise swap. Buffalo Braves owner John Y. Brown and Harry Magorian acquired the Boston Celtics. The Celtics owners Irv Levin then got the Boston Braves. It later moved them to San Diego to become the Clippers, who later moved to L.A. to become the Clippers as well. This day in 1980, Larry Holmes retains his heavyweight championship with a 7th-round TKO of Scott Ledoux in Bloomington, Minnesota. 1985 on this day, West Germany's Boris Becker, at age 17, becomes the youngest Wimbledon champion, first unseeded player in the history of the men's singles ever at Wimbledon to win the title by beating Kevin Curran. I remember Becker called him Boom Boom. Everybody said, well, that's not politically correct, maybe because, he is German and World War II and stuff. But Boris Becker, that run he made as a teenager in 1985 that was something else, man. Young Terry Ford got up and watched breakfast at Wimbledon that year. 1990, Martina Navratilova won her 9th Wimbledon Women's Championship. Steffi Graf won her 3rd this day in 1991. And Venus Williams picked up her 4th this day in 2007. Serena Williams, she won her 14th. And Andy Murray became the first Brit in 77 years to win Wimbledon this day in 2013. There's your vault. We'll come back. What Phil Steele say about the Gamecocks? We'll dig more of that up coming up in our second hour here on the Game Postgame Show. CHW Cabinetry. We constantly talk about what Star and her staff do because it's just different. No offense to anybody else who does cabinetry, but CHW Cabinetry, photorealistic renderings are at the heart of their business. Totally transparent from beginning to end. You will get the best customer service. Take the stress out of all this process. Make the experience pleasurable for you. And oh, by the way, phenomenal work. You can go to the website and see pictures of all the great cabinetry and indoor-outdoor work they do at CHW Cabinetry. But also, when you get the best customer service, folks who are there for you all the time to make sure your experience is second to none, that's what you're looking for. CHW Cabinetry. Make the call. 803-520-6837. Again, 803-520-6837. Set an appointment. Talk to the folks at CHW Cabinetry. Post-game show. Terry Ford, appreciate you hanging out with us as we roll solo up until 6. Jay will be back next week. He's relaxing, chilling at the beach with the family. We'll just kind of roll it ourselves up until next Monday. All right, so yesterday, Phil Steele, who is really become the godfather of the college football yearbook. Phil Steele started his radio tour of the country right here in Columbia, South Carolina with the early game with Preston and Elijah yesterday. There's some cuts we didn't get to, and one I can't remember if we played it or not, to be honest with you. I mean, because I don't even know where I park my car. I think I need to go to the men's clinic. But one of the things that Phil Steele talked about was winning close games, and his metric that he puts together every year about winning close, tight games. Here's Phil Steele discussing the Gamecocks in the last couple of years.
In 1995, the first one was turnovers equals turnaround, which was double-digit turnovers. If you benefit from them one year, you're going to go weaker record the next year, and vice versa if you had negative double-digit turnovers. And so after that, a few years later, I started the close wins, close losses one, and it really is true to form. And if you take a look at those games, if you lose a game by a point or 3 points or anything less than a touchdown, you're looking at the fact that you're basically one play away from actually winning the game as opposed to losing the game. So you're much better than your record, and it generally shows. So I did all the metrics and have been doing it for years, and once again, it comes up about 75%. If you lose a lot of close games one year, the next year you get that improvement. Of course, keeping Lenore Sellers healthy is a big plus, keeping the offensive line healthy, and I think if the offensive line's healthy at the end of the year, that helps you win those games. It helps you run the football at the end of the game, control the clock if you're ahead late in the game. Also, in the red zone, it helps you out. So I think the improvement for South Carolina and the offensive line, linebacking core, and quarterback are probably the three main areas that will help you win those close games.
All right, so let's the last 2 years have been like complete 180s, right? Well, last season, South Carolina made the plays late to beat Virginia Tech in that opener. Did not make the plays at Missouri. Lost 29-20 despite ample opportunity to go ahead in that football game in the second half. Lost at LSU 20-10. Another game they had ample opportunities and just couldn't cash in the second half. Blew the lead against Alabama at home and lost by 7 in a game that absolutely South Carolina should have won. Do we even go to the Texas A&M game that South Carolina lost 31-30? That obviously the Gamecocks should have won. Again, against Clemson, losing at home by 2 scores. Game was closer than that, but again, turnovers killed you. So, yes, you did not make the plays in any game last year that was really close, except the Virginia Tech, and that was, it was 24-11, but you had to make some key plays to put that thing away, right? Then you go to 2024, you barely survived against Old Dominion in that opener. Remember, 23-19. You lost a close one. Again, you should have won against LSU, 36-33. Lenoris got hurt, missed the second half. Then you, for the second, again, this was the first of 2 years in a row where you should have got a W against Bama. Hadn't beaten Tuscaloosa, let them off the hook, lost by 2. After that, though, you crushed Oklahoma in Norman, beat Texas A&M easy at Williams-Brice, went to Nashville and physically pounded Diego Pavia and Vandy, made the big plays late to beat Missouri here in Columbia, and then obviously the 2 big plays at the end to beat Clemson in the upstate. So, again, you made the plays in 2024, you won 9 games. You didn't make the plays in 2025, and you won 4. But to Phil Steele's point, this year, with Kendall Browse as your OC, Lenoris is back as your quarterback, You're hoping the offensive line, with all the veterans you brought in through the portal, and if Jacarius Peak can be healthy at left tackle, your offense should be better. It just should be. And that'll help you win games. You know, Phil talked about red zone. Yeah, red zone's really important. You want to score touchdowns, not kick field goals. You want to be able to, they call it the 4-minute offense in the NFL. You want to be able to occupy the clock when you need to. Your offensive lineman, you got to look at Keith Jackson would call your big uglies and say, dudes, we need you to go out there and just run folks over so we can turn and give it to our running backs. Then, you know, obviously you want to win the explosive play game. This offense should be better. Just should be. All the pieces are in place. And that helps you win close games. And defensively last year, to be fair, he didn't make plays. Like, go back to that Alabama game here. Defense couldn't get the stop they needed. A&M, second half, defense couldn't get any stops. So, yeah, I mean, the defense at times last year when you needed them to step up, they couldn't do it either in big moments. Just collectively as a team, you got to win the big plays in the big moments. You know it, I know it. Everything is so close in the SEC. All right, continuing on, Phil Steele, moving kind of, we'll go to this one. I don't think we played this one yesterday. Phil Steele talking about the most vital, important position group with the South Carolina Gamecocks, obviously besides offensive line.
I would have to say, well, really, when you look at the team, to me, the offensive line is going to be the key to whether or not, you know, if they show the improvement I expect, that to me is going to be the key to this season. But another one to look at is probably a little bit the defensive line. I like the talent there. Dylan Stewart, you know, you lose 3 starters, but I like the overall talent that they brought in to replace them. Brownlow Dindy at the defensive tackle spot, I think he is powerful. He is 311 pounds in the middle. That's going to be a nice force to have. And, you know, Coach Beamer told me this group reminds him a lot of 2024's group with 6 defensive tackles that can play in good depth at defensive end. So I think if the defensive end line can be anywhere near as dominant as it was in 2024 and the offensive line pulls together, those are probably going to be the keys.
Look, that D-line a couple years ago, really that defense, but you had Kyle Kennard to go with Dylan Stewart. You had that rotation of interior defensive linemen who are in a couple of them are in the NFL right now. So, yeah, you'd love to get back to that kind of quality and that kind of depth. But to me, the key is as you look at this thing, first of all, who's going to play the edge across from Dylan Stewart? Will it be Caleb Herring from Tennessee, the transfer, who had 5 sacks last year in limited duty? Can he step up and be a full-time terror off the edge so you can't double Dylan Stewart, or when you do, you're going to pay? Because Herring is going to assault quarterbacks from the other side. That's what you're hoping for, right? If not, could it be the young fellow Walker, the freshman, with a lot of physical ability? As a freshman, he might not be Dylan Stewart when it comes to ceiling, but he's got a really, really high ceiling. So could you see someone like Walker? But if someone can come off that edge opposite of Dylan Stewart and that person getting singled all the time, that guy could be a huge difference maker like Kyle Kennard was. I remember that Alabama game where Kennard just destroyed Jalen Milroe. But Kennard was being singled. Stewart was the one being doubled. Basically, Alabama said, we'll take our chances with Kyle Kennard. And that didn't work out well, especially in the first half of that game. If Caleb Herring could be that guy, that would be fantastic. Again, 5 sacks last year at Tennessee. Can he step it up even more, getting full-time snaps at the edge? Because that would be fantastic. If not, again, can Julian Walker be that guy? Only a freshman, but still. A lot of ability, a lot of talent. We'll see. But that is an important cog in this whole thing. And defensive tackle-wise, you do have a nice rotation led by Gabriel Brownlow-Dindy. When Brownlow-Dindy is healthy, last year, arguably their best overall defensive lineman. Was that good? Just was. So We will see where it goes. It's a nice rotation of depth in the interior of the D-line. Your linebackers are veterans coming back from last year. You are replacing some pieces in the defensive backfield, but you still have some intriguing talent like Vicari Swain. So, defensively, you feel good. You just do about what you have. And one other thing, Phil Steele talking about what team could disappoint in 2026. What top 10 team, like a Penn State or a Clemson last year, all these expectations, and they go, here's Phil Steele's team for 2026 that could possibly underachieve.
The one that I'm probably looking at might be LSU. And I think LSU probably comes into the season possibly in the top 10. But they have a rugged schedule. They are practically a new team. And I did a new thing in the magazine this year. It's called the Homegrown Factor, which talks about teams that, recruit freshmen and then they stay through all the way through. Alabama, Georgia are two of the teams at the top of the SEC. This LSU team is almost completely rebuilt. They have very little coming back from last year. They've got 2 offensive linemen. They've got Whit Weeks coming back at linebacker and a couple of good cornerbacks in P.J. Woodland, Tamari Cooley. But I don't think they're going to be top 10 level. I think when you look at the schedule this year, they play at Ole Miss, where I've got them a dog. The Texas A&M game to me is a toss-up. The Clemson game could be a toss-up early. They have to play at Auburn. They host Alabama, and Alabama handled them last year again. They host Texas. That's going to be a rough one. Texas, I think, with Arch Manning, is much improved at the end of the year. That Tennessee team that we talked about. So there's the potential for this LSU team to lose 4 or 5 games this year. I don't think they'll be a top 10 team coming in at the end of the year, but I do think they might be a top 10 team at the start of the year in the AP poll.
I mean, LSU, this is why Lane's going, guys, everybody just chill on the expectations. We're a brand new team. And the LSU fans are like, shut up, jabroni, and go win a national championship. That's why you were brought here. Yoga boy. But LSU's schedule, I mean, we don't know what Clemson's going to be. There's talent in the upstate. They got to figure out the quarterback position. A lot of people think that this will be a year. We'll see. A lot of times when you look at programs like Clemson and go, they end up surprising a lot of folks and being much better than people will think. So you don't know what will happen with LSU Clemson, even though that game is in Death Valley. Should beat Louisiana Tech. You get Ole Miss in Oxford. That is going to be ugliness. With what Lane Kiffin did to Ole Miss, that place is going to be insane. It's going to make the black hole with the Raiders look like a church service. It is going to be ugly. Then you get A&M at home. A&M's really talented. You have to go to the Plains to play Auburn. We don't know about Auburn. Again, new head coach. But there is talent. You got to play Bama at home. You got Texas at home. You got to travel to Knoxville. Yeah, you got a 3-4 loss team. Obviously, that's not going to make the people in Baton Rouge very happy. Just saying. I will try maybe get to some Phil Steele later about what teams will surprise in the SEC. We'll probably do that during the, crack open the old drive around the SEC. We will bounce back, though, here on the postgame show. Terry Ford. As we continue to look at Lenore Sellers and quarterbacking, where is Sellers in the pecking order? By different pundits, Todd McShay and his co-host from The Ringer, the NFL draft guy, thinks Lenore's could be the second highest quarterback in the draft and definitely a first-rounder. Chris Lowe on 3 as Lenore's is the 6th best quarterback in the SEC going into the season. David Hale did his quarterback tiers like he does every year. Where does David Hale have Lenore Sellers? We will find out next here on the postgame show. Terry Ford, always appreciate you hanging out, whether you're watching on YouTube, just listening to us, old-fashioned radio, you got an app cooking on your phone, whatever. Thanks a lot for hanging. We go till 6 here on The Game Network, at The Game TV Radio on YouTube. Okay, so we've been kind of looking at the quarterback situation, where Lenora Sellers is ranked in a lot of these talking season lists. One SEC list had Trinidad Chambliss as the number 1 ranked quarterback in the league coming into the season, which makes sense. Arch Manning's at 2. I get it. Makes sense. Totally understand. Well, Norris is 6th on the list, behind Gunnar Stockton, John Mateer, and Sam Levitt. Now, you make an argument, again, John Mateer, how much is he going to be held back by his own head coach? Sam Levitt, is he healthy? Gunnar Stockton, is Georgia going to open up the offense so Stockton can have the opportunity to maybe make some more big plays? Because Georgia was missing big plays in their offense last year. And by the way, in case you're wondering, the quarterback situation, Arkansas and Vandy and Missouri, they didn't make the cut in that top 10. Jared Curtis, a freshman at Vandy, Austin Simmons transferring from Ole Miss to Missouri. Whoever's going to win the quarterback battle at Arkansas, those are the kind of schools left out of the top 10. All right, so now to this tier thing that David Hale does every year. Just to give you a little idea, Tier 1, Darian Mensah at Miami, C.J. Carr, Notre Dame, Trinidad Chambliss, Ole Miss, Arch Manning, Texas. And all those guys were really good last year. All of them. Mensah was good at Miami. Also remember he was good at Tulane, or good at Duke, and then good at Tulane. Now we'll see how Mensah does. Miami is a quarterback transfer haven. Carson Beck, Cam Ward. Notre Dame, C.J. Carr, stepped up and had a phenomenal season. But, again, Carr, against better opposition, he struggled. Against Power 4 opponents, his stats not as good. For an example, against Power 4 teams, 6 TDs, 5 picks, only 6.5 yards per throw or per attempt. Carr against everybody else, 18 TDs, 1 pick, over 10 yards per attempt. Same thing with Julian Sayin. And Julian Sayin's got talent everywhere. Well, he was on level 2. And that was the really, really good, or level 3 rather, which is really, really good. But you've got Jeremiah Smith. Level 2 had Sam Levitt of LSU, Oregon's Dante Moore, and Southern Cal's Jaden Maeva. Very interesting stat about Maeva. Maeva, his QBR was ridiculous. Only one quarterback with a QBR as high as Maeva's in the playoff era was not a first-round NFL draft pick. And that was Khalil Tate at Arizona. Just a really, really good season. Now, Tier 3 was, they call the Sean Clifford zone. Solid, good, not great. In that category, Gunnar Stockton of Georgia, Josh Hoover, Indiana, John Mateer, Oklahoma, Marcel Reed, Texas A&M, and Devin Dampier of Utah, good, solid quarterback. Tier 4, better than you thought. Noah Fafita at Arizona, Connor Wegman, Houston, C.J. Bailey, NC State, Kevin Jennings, SMU, Damon Williams Jr., Washington. Then you got the Tier 5, which is the Christian Hackenberg Paradox. Hackenberg is another guy. Looked like a quarterback. Was a starter as a true freshman. From there, wasn't as good. And here you've got freshmen listed, like Bear Bachmeier at BYU, Bryce Underwood, Michigan. Tier 6, welcome to the big leagues. 3 players. Byron Brown coming from Group of 5. Anthony Colandre from UNLV going to Nebraska. Drew Mestamaker going from North Texas State to Oklahoma State. He's the most interesting of the crew. A lot of people think if Mestamaker plays as well in the Big 12 as he did at North Texas State, he might end up being a first-round pick in the NFL draft. Maybe, kind of, sort of, possibly. We'll see how he steps up. Again, the Big 12 is not known for rugged, hard-hitting, make you bleed and make you cry defense, but still it's a step up from Group of 5, just like Byron Brown going to Auburn. You're going, Tara, where's Lenoris in here? You got to go to Tier 9, which is called Crafty Veterans. Yeah, he's looked at as a crafty veteran, according to David Hale. In that list, Steve Angeli at Syracuse, who was playing really well last year before he got hurt. Avery Johnson at Kansas State. Remember, Kansas State ran off Will Howard to give the keys to Avery Johnson. He's been good, not great, a little inconsistent. And also they put Lenoris in here. And they say with Sellers, played against 8 teams that finished with a winning record. Each of the past 2 seasons in 2024, South Carolina was 4-4. In those games, Lenoris threw for 7.5 yards of dropback, which is in the top 10. 2025, in those 8 games, South Carolina was 0-8. Lenoris under 6 yards per dropback, and he was sacked twice as much. So again, a lot of this goes to what happened last year compared to the year before. Now, Lenoris in Tier 9 doesn't mean he just breaks these things up in tiers. So again, David Hale maybe not liking Lenoris as much as we saw in the other 2 things we checked out. But basically what we see are folks saying, here's a quarterback with a ton of ability. He can run it, he can throw it. We saw him down the stretch 2 years ago be phenomenal and was a difference maker in a South Carolina offense on a team that won 9 games. Last year, Lenoris looked like he was indecisive, struggled both making plays in the run game and the passing game, running for his life behind a terrible offensive line. Because the offensive line was so bad, the run game was abysmal. And the offensive coordinator didn't do a very good job of offensive coordinating. So there are a good amount of people that think under Kendall Briles, Lenoris can get back to who he was in 2024. And if he does, with the experience he has now, that could be a very, very scary individual. We'll see. But there's just a couple of, as we go through the show here, a couple of different folks chiming in on their thoughts on Lenoris. All right, again, the Crescent Construction Grand Slam Coaching Hire Contest. Yeah, we had like $350 left from the Grand Slam giveaway. We got to give it away. So let's celebrate what we hope is a great hire with Coach Kevin Schnall as the new man in charge of Gamecock baseball. Go to 1075thegame.com. Just look for the Crescent Construction Grand Slam giveaway on that little flippy thingy. Click it, fill everything out, pop submit, and sit back and see if you can win yourself $352. That easy, that simple. Big 12 Media Days. Brett Yormark. A little testy. A little short. We'll get into that next, especially how he handled the folks at Texas Tech or the media. That's next here on the Postgame Show. Terry Ford hanging solo all this week right here on the Game Network, at the Game TV Radio on YouTube. A few accidents to start us off. Bethel Church Road at Covenant Road. Buckner Road at Monticello Road. Also Bush River Road at Arrowwood Road. Forest Drive at Percival Road. I-20 westbound right after Monticello Road at exit 68. And Sunset Boulevard at Corley Mills Road and Ginny Lane. All right, we'll get back in here. Continue college football conversation. The Big 12 having their media days. I mean, Monster Energy's Big 12. We'll explain coming up. I'm telling you, I have never in my life, I've been in radio probably about 80 years. I've worked in a lot of weird studios, and our studios are nice. They are, especially like our host studio. Very, very nice. But when it comes to climate control, because I'm in the producer studio doing producing and hosting today, this room is awful. Seriously. Either you can, like, cook burgers on the console, or you can get hypothermia. There's no middle ground. Right now, I'm about ready to go shirtless, and nobody on the live stream wants to see that. Nobody in my family wants to see that. Dad, can you really put your shirt on? We're at the beach. This room is hideous. Again, there are people with a lot more worse problems than that, but I'm just telling you, it's insane how terrible this room is. It really is. All right, Big 12 Media Days. First of all, it's not the Big 12 anymore. During the regular season, Big 12 football, men's and women's basketball will now be branded as, ready, Monster Energy Big 12 football, Monster Energy Big 12 basketball. And this is going to be on all of the conference's controlled assets and platforms. Now, I'm trying to see how much dough the Monster people are dropping into the Big 12 for this. I don't see it. But I'm guessing it's more than like $20. But this is, again, you're NASCARing everything in sight, especially if you're the Big 12 or the ACC. You don't make the dough that the Big 10 and the SEC are making. You got to do everything you can to find as many corporate partners as humanly possible. This is what you got to do. Also, Monster. That's a cheese, right? Monster Energy will have a logo featured on football, basketball jerseys, also fields and courts, in addition to having certain types of signage across all the conference's digital and social media channels. Now, again, I'm sure they're scratching a nice check for this, but that's just that's the world we live in. It just is. All right. Also, Brett Yormark, commissioner of the Big 12, get a little salty and testy with folks, just a little bit, or a perception of it about the Texas Tech situation. Here is a member of the media, a guy named Sean Dillon, a Texas Tech media personality, having an interesting interaction with Big 12 Commissioner Brent Yormark during the Q&A at Big 12 Media Days.
Sean Dillon, Rocket Brigade. Commission, Texas Tech got fined over tortillas, and tortillas were banned outright. OSU paddles broke an always make a rule, has a tradition exemption. Sorsby never played a snap for the Red Raiders. Big 12 sued them anyway, while Cincinnati hasn't been yet touched. You're selling greater than 12. Why should Texas Tech fans believe it?
Can you sit? Let me come closer to you. Stand up. Ask that question again, and I'm going to give you the answer I want to give you, so go ahead.
Texas Tech got fined for tortillas, and tortillas were banned outright. OSU has had paddles that were given a noisemaker exemption back in 2012. Sorsby never played a snap for the Red Raiders, and yet there's a lawsuit. Cincinnati has yet to be touched. You're selling greater than 12. Why should Texas Tech fans believe them?
No, I didn't say greater than 12. You misquoted me. I said we're going forward as 16 strong, and that's my answer to your question. But thank you for that question. Appreciate it.
There you go. There's your answer. 16 strong. Thanks for your question. Now bug off, Chief. I mean, that was the answer. And look, the question was like Sean Dillon. And let me be fair. Give me a second here. I want to be fair. I'm trying to be a fair guy. Obviously, the question is a Texas Tech slanted question more than it is, a media-based question. Probably it came off very like a Texas Tech fanboy was asking it. And let's just see something really quick. Sean Dillon from Lubbock, KONE FM, journalist. So covers Texas Tech and asked that question of why should Texas Tech be, all in on stronger than 12 or strong as 16 or wherever the heck the slogan is. And Brett Yormark said that's just because that's what we're doing. That's my answer or whatever. I'm paraphrasing. That's not the answer. The answer to the question, you have to do better as the commissioner. You're the commissioner, man. And I'm not taking up for Texas Tech. God knows. That's not happening anytime in this world. But you just got to be better answering questions like that. You're the guy up there. You answer that question and say, look, in the case of tortillas compared to the paddles, you got to have an answer. Why? In the case of why you're going after Texas Tech and not Cincinnati, it's simple. Because Sorsby was suing to play for Texas Tech, not Cincinnati. And Cincinnati's not making us think about anything. Now, could you say we're also investigating what went on at Cincinnati because we want to know and we want to see if there's anything there that we need to address? I mean, that's the best way to answer it, right? Be a commissioner, man. Don't be like you're working for the WWE. There's one more here with Yormark that was interesting as well. Question being asked as Jarrett Ramirez.
Jared Ramirez from RedRaidersports.com. I was wondering...
How are you today?
Good, how are you?
Good.
I'm always excited to be here.
Well, I'm thrilled you're here today.
Yes, sir, thank you. Just curious if throughout the Brendan Sorsby situation, if you supported Texas Tech at any point throughout that, and if that changed, what may have caused you to change your mind on that?
Let me start off by saying I appreciate the question. I appreciate other questions that are probably going to come forth today. Today is not the time to address that issue. Today is about celebrating the upcoming football season and celebrating our 16 schools. But I appreciate the question, so thank you.
Now, that was done in a more respectful way by Brett Yormark. It wasn't like he was a WWE announcer like in the last one. But still, okay, well, Commissioner, when is it the proper time? And why do you deem this not the proper time if it's an open forum for questions? And would you make it a proper time if the question was sponsored by Monster Energy? Just answer the question. I mean, my thought would be you would say, no, we never supported Texas Tech in getting Brendan Sorsby on the field. We didn't believe Brendan Sorsby should play. There you go. It's very simple. And then afterwards, you want to say, now, I would like to move. You could even have said this. I'm going to answer the Brendan Sorsby question one time. We're going to move forward. We're not going to continue to address this. We never, ever once as a conference supported Brendan Sorsby playing football for Texas Tech once we found out about the gambling situation. Boom. There you go. Wasn't tough. And then you can say after that, now I want to move forward and celebrate the 16 teams we have, including Texas Tech, in this conference. Heck, you could even say this. We didn't agree with Texas Tech's stance on Brendan Sorsby, But, sometimes as a membership, you're not going to agree with everyone. That situation has been handled. We're moving forward now. And Texas Tech is still a valued member of the Big 12. Boom, you keep going. This is not hard, man. I'm the dumbest guy in the room with me right now, and I'm alone. This is not hard to do. It really isn't. I don't know if the lawyers told you or Mark, hey, man, don't talk about this stuff. But I just feel like in the world we're in today, when it comes to dealing with media, everything's so transparent. You can't hide anything. Stuff always pops up and bites you in the backside. Just address it head on, be transparent, and move forward. Just move forward. It's better than answers like that. We don't want to address that today. Well, why not? And when do you plan on addressing it? And it was whether you like the question or not, just answer it. It's not tough. That segment sponsored by Monster Energy. Look, I get you got to make money. I do, but Monster Energy, Big 12 football. Monster Energy, Big 12 basketball. All right, it's Big 12 Media Days. It's cooking. And obviously, again, SEC Media Days coming up July 20th through the 23rd. In Tampa, we will be there from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. to sit and talk, give opinion, hopefully have some entertaining stuff to talk about, give you information, all that stuff from SEC Media Days. Again, that starts July the 20th and runs the 23rd. We will pop back, get you that World Cup update. Sponsored by British Bulldog. That is next here on the Postgame Show with Terry Ford. Appreciate you hanging out with us as we just roll this baby up until 6 on the Game Network, and at the Game TV radio on YouTube. Go the British Bulldog. Even though the U.S. is out, still plenty of World Cup soccer to get into. Great menu. Lots of beverages to sample. And British Bulldog right off of Harbison on Bower. All right, like I said, I went over there, had the bangers and mash with the mustard mashed potatoes. Phenomenal. Just phenomenal. All right, so, of course, last night the U.S., and it wasn't close, just outclassed, outplayed, outcoached, out everything by Belgium. It just was, it was a butt whipping. It just was. I mean, offensively, the U.S. couldn't get anything going. Defensively, there was leakage everywhere. Goaltending, that wasn't very good either. Malik Tillman scored on that free kick that got deflected. It's 1-1, right? But, what was it, a minute later? Belgium gets a go-ahead goal where the Belgian player heads in the shot with two U.S. defenders right there. Neither one could make the play. Then you get Matt Freese, the goalie. He's just ugly. It looked like Terry Ford trying to kick a soccer ball after having like 12 Coronas. Just bad. Bad all the way around. Like we talked about in the first riff of the show, look, the United States, they made it to the round of 16 and for the last 5 World Cups or something. But when you get to that knockout area in the 16 and you're playing these countries who live and die with soccer and have these academies and recognize talent when they're, 6 months old. You see how that baby headed that foam ball before it threw up? I think that's a winner. Put it in the academy. That's just what they do. We're not like that about soccer here. And you saw it again last night. Belgium, a team that has been talked about by the experts, because God knows I'm not a soccer expert. They say, hey, look, this Belgium team is not as good as past teams. And they won easy. Is the U.S. getting better? It feels like they've hit kind of a wall at 16. But they're in the final 16, even though here in America, we're just not into soccer. And yeah, I've heard a lot of people say it. What if the United States really cared about soccer and some of their best athletes played? And the MLS was a real league that paid a lot of money. And all of a sudden, these youngsters, instead of going to play in the NFL or the NBA or Major League Baseball or whatever, they decided they want to play soccer because financially it was worth going for it. I mean, again, the high-level kids in America today, if they grow up and they are very good, they end up playing overseas. So anyway, again to 16, again fell short, wasn't even close. And look, does that take away from what was kind of a fun little story? No. The U.S. just, again, ran into a country, Belgium. Their 3 favorite sports are soccer, soccer, and soccer. And making waffles. And chocolate. But it's just, that's the reality of the U.S. in the world of soccer. We in this country just don't care anywhere near what most of the world does. So a run to 16, we'll see where the future goes. Maybe one day soccer will be on a higher profile in this country. Maybe. We'll see. It's gained more of a following in the last, I think, 10, 15 years. And the younger generation coming up is more into soccer than the 35-plus crowd. So we'll see. But U.S. loses. They get beat. Earlier today, Argentina did something that's never been done in the knockout round. Down 2-0 in the 75th minute. Argentina comes back to win 3-2. And the Egypt coach, my guy, said his team was a victim of an injustice, suggesting FIFA wanted Lionel Messi to stay in the running at the competition. Egypt had a goal disallowed on video review, And then there was a failure to check an apparent foul or penalty against Argentina. The Egyptian coach said Egypt was beaten by external factors as well as events on the pitch. Quote by the coach Hassan, "We look better than the reigning champions, better in everything, but the result was influenced by internal factors on the pitch and external factors off the pitch." Argentina survives. They move forward. Again, not playing well, but playing well enough. Colombia and Switzerland playing for the final spot in the quarters. That thing is scoreless at halftime. Wow, FIFA being questioned. That never happens. All right, 5 o'clock news sponsored by Integrated Media coming up next here on the Postgame Show with Terry Ford. Thanks for hanging around. We go till 6 here on the Game Network, and we appreciate all of our buds watching at the Game TV Radio on YouTube. Quick check on the traffic here at 5 o'clock. Down to one accident. That's always a good thing. Sunset Boulevard at Corley Mill Road. That accident still being cleared. Slow traffic I-20 westbound between Fairfield Road and Monticello Road. That's between exit 70 and 68 on I-20 westbound. Stop and go traffic, Malfunction Junction like always. It never changes. And stop and go I-26 westbound between I-126 between exits 108 and 106. All right, we'll pop back in here. 5 o'clock news, sponsored by Integrated Media here on the Postgame Show on the Game. Five o'clock news, like always, brought to you by our good buds, our pals, Michael and Nathan at the crew at Integrated Media. Now, we'll do this in the 5 o'clock news instead of waiting for the Gamecock Notebook. Athlon Sports, they released their pre-fall camp bowl and college football playoff projections. South Carolina is slotted as one of the 13 SEC schools to get a postseason invite. According to Athlon, the Gamecocks will not make the 12-team college football playoff field. Instead, Carolina will match up with Nebraska in the Music City Bowl in Nashville. Look, after last year, obviously a bowl game is a positive. But again, if you're jonesing for a college football playoff berth or sniffing around it, you're going Music City Bowl, Tara? Really? But that's where Athlon Sports has South Carolina. Again, taking on the Nebraska Cornhuskers. And Matt Rule in the Music City Bowl. And by the way, South Carolina, and you know this, never played in the Music City Bowl. And South Carolina played the Cornhuskers, of course, in that Capital One Bowl. Back 2011, 2012. Remember, that's when Bo Pelini went off saying Nebraska was the better team despite getting their butt whipped 30-13. That was the final win of the Gamecocks' first ever 11-win season. There's a little projection from Athlon Sports. And by the way, Phil Steele had South Carolina in his final, the end of season projection up to number 16. That's what I've read. Which means, according to Phil Steele, the Gamecocks could be sniffing around a college football playoff berth. But Athlon Sports, they have South Carolina in the Music City Bowl. 5 o'clock news sponsored by our pals at Integrated Media. Still 0-0 Colombia and Switzerland at halftime at the World Cup. And again, of course, Argentina comes back from a 2-0 deficit to beat Egypt. Egypt is sour. Argentina moving on to the quarters, trying to become the first team since, 1952-56, Brazil, to win the World Cup back-to-back. In other news, Deion Sanders at Big 12 Media Days says he can't wait to get 2026 going after last year's 3-9 disaster. Deion said Colorado got its butt kicked last year. But the coach also declared confidence in the Buffalo's ability to turn things around. Of course, Colorado struggled down the stretch, losing 7 of their final 8. 1-8 in league play. They were consistent. They stunk on both sides of the ball. 112th in offense, 121st in defense. Now, Deion said, because again, Deion was dealing with cancer. And Coach Prime said that whole cancer diagnosis took him away from the team from May of last year until training camp. He wasn't the best version of himself as he was recovering from bladder cancer surgery. All understandable, obviously. But Deion's ready for a bounce back. I guess my question when you look at Deion Sanders, had one really good year at Colorado. They had a 9-win season. Had a Heisman Trophy winner. His son had a heck of a year at quarterback. But last year was terrible. So they weren't very good Deion's first year, which is understandable. Better than anyone thought in his second year, and worse than people thought in the third year. Nobody was expecting Colorado to compete for a championship, but people thought they'd be better than what they ended up 3-9. This year, the offense will be given over to the second year QB Julian Lewis, and then blue chipper was Lewis. And Colorado, again, Deion, not a big let's go Cruton in high school guy, big transfer portal dude. I just think when you're living and dying in the portal, it's always it's a year-to-year roll the dice. I really believe that. We saw that with South Carolina. 2 years ago, you go through the portal, you nail it, you win 9 games. Next year, you go through the portal, you don't nail it, and you fall to earth 4-8. It is an unbelievable roller coaster ride when you are trying to every year rebuild your culture. You just are. It's very difficult. So Deion Sanders discussing what he hopes will be a turnaround year at Colorado at Big 12 Media Days. The Knicks, their point guard Jalen Brunson underwent surgery on his left wrist, but the Finals MVP should be back later this summer in basketball activities. Brunson, especially in that final game when he scored 45, excellent against the Spurs. Averaged 32.5 points, 4.5 assists, a little bit over 4 rebounds, 2 steals in those 5 games. In the closeout win, Brunson accounted for 48% of New York's points. Scored 15 in the fourth quarter. Jalen Brunson, again, he is a great story of why the draft and scouting in sports will always be an inexact science. Even though you got all these analytics and all this video and all these different things you do to try to basically knock out the failure factor in scouting and drafting and all that. The psychological testing, all these things, right? What was the guy talking about salt and pepper on a steak or whatever the hell that was about? But it's just everybody is trying to make this a foolproof process, which you would hope because you're spending millions upon millions on it. But once again, you see Jalen Brunson, and he fell through the cracks. It doesn't happen as much in the NBA, but it still happens. Jalen Brunson, second-round pick, not quick enough, not explosive enough, not fast enough, not big enough, height-wise. He was not this, not that, not this, not that, just not enough. But what he was enough of was a hard worker, a grinder, made himself better, always been a leader and a winner. And by hard work and obviously the hokey believing in yourself stuff, and Jalen Brunson has become the player he's become. Nikola Jokic did it, a second-round pick, become a 3-time MVP because, he lost weight, got in better shape. When Jokic was drafted, it was like, he's got skills, but he's a fatty. But Jokic also expanded his game, got more consistent from the three-point line, hell of a passer. Really, to me, the best offensive player in the NBA all around. The way he can pass it, shoot it, hits the offensive glass, the way he can get to the free throw line, score in the paint, outside the paint. Second-round pick. Draymond Green, second-round pick. And he went to the right team because Steve Kerr in Golden State used Draymond Green in an unconventional way, but to maximize his skill set. Really, Draymond Green was a point guard for those championship teams. Could guard 4 spots on the floor. Excellent passer. Heck of a rebounder. Brought energy and leadership and an edge to Golden State. Again, second-round picks. So no matter how hard the world in professional sports tries to nail this drafting thing, every now and then it just doesn't work out for him. It just doesn't. Marshawn Nealon, who died by suicide in November at the age of 24, November 2025, was diagnosed after death with stage 1 CTE. Boston University CTE Center made the diagnosis after Nealon's family donated his brain for the research. There are 4 stages of CTE, stage 4 showing the most damage. Again, 24-year-old had stage 1. So he could have been conceivably, you keep playing, keep getting cracked in the noggin more and more, you can eventually, unfortunately, get to hit the 4. But just a sad story. Police found Nealon's body early morning November 6 of 2025. He had evaded several officers during a traffic pursuit, crashed his car, and fled on foot. He was traveling at some point in time of that chase at 145 miles an hour. Another sad NFL story, not to make this all about bumming you out. The brother of Baltimore Ravens defensive lineman Calais Campbell has been charged with murder after police found their 71-year-old mother dead at a home in Atlanta during a welfare check. The family told police the brother had struggled with mental illness. Arrest warrants say that Campbell's brother or Campbell's mom was, again, murdered and found in her home. Calais Campbell's brother was found in possession of the murder weapon. So Calais Campbell dealing with a just awful family tragedy. 5 o'clock news, sponsored by Integrated Media. Here on the game, Terry Ford, appreciate you hanging out. We're going to try to get away from the police blotter. We'll give you a little commit in college football. Nebraska, they get a pledge from Khalil Taylor, ex-Penn State commit, 4-star receiver Khalil Taylor, top 100 player, according to ESPN, has committed to Nebraska. So, snagging himself a top 100 player, Matt Rule, to come play at Nebraska. Again, Nebraska finally got back to a bowl game last year for the first time, and it feels like a million years. Again, Matt Rule, a steep mountain to climb to try to get Nebraska back to national relevance like they were for, 30 years? Well, Khalil Taylor, top 100 recruit, committing to Nebraska. There's your 5 o'clock news, sponsored by our buds Integrated Media. We will come back. J.C. Sherbert from the Big Spur Gamecock Central, talking about Josh Dobson, the 5-star defensive back recruit, the South Carolina guy, and some of the other commits. We'll hear what JC has to say. That is next, what he said to Bill Gunner on the halftime show. That's coming up in the Gamecock Notebook next here on the postgame show. Terry Ford, appreciate you hanging out with us here on the game. All right, so obviously South Carolina, a flurry of commits over the July 4th holiday weekend. The guy that started it all off was the highest rated of the crew, Joshua Dobson. J.C. Sherbert from the Big Spur and Gamecock Central was on with, doing his weekly Tuesday hit in the 2 o'clock hour with Bill. And Gunner asked him about Joshua Dobson, and here's J.C. Sherbert's breakdown of the 5-star DB.
Well, I mean, he's one of the best, some have the best corner in the country. And what he does, Bill, if you see him in person, like in a 7-on-7 setting, or see him just, in coverage, there's a lot of rarity there with what he can do as far as, just the natural ability to play the position, to play defensive back, to track the ball. Chris Clark from Gamecock Central talked to his defensive backs coach up at Huff, and his shortness, speed. I think that's what he called it: smallness, speed, and space. It's speed and small spaces is basically it. That's rare, and that's such a beneficial. That thing is very beneficial for a corner because you're dealing with tight spaces and coverage and things like that. One of our guys saw him at a 7-on-7, and he would shut one side of the field down, and then the quarterback would go to the other side of the field. Josh would break across the field and break it up. Things like that you just don't see all the time. Back when I saw A.J. Green play in high school as a receiver, he would do things that you just didn't see. Jadeveon Clowney would do things you didn't see. It's that rarity that has, college football excited about Josh Dobson as a prospect. Is he a out the box, ready to go from day one starter at corner? No, there's some parts of his game, frankly, he'll have to develop with, but Torian Gray will get it out of him. Like Stephon Gilmore and Captain Munnerlin both came in and started right away. J.C. Horn came in and started right away. I don't necessarily know that that'll happen for Josh, even though he's 5 stars, but it's the upside.
There's JC talking about the upside of Joshua Dobbs and what he could do, maybe not a starter from day one. But, again, you never know what can happen, and Torian Gray has developed a lot of defensive backs who have ended up in the NFL. Different degrees of success, obviously. Here lately we saw Nick Amon-Wari did. Again, drafted by the right team. You always got to get taken by the right team. You've got Coach McDonald in Seattle. Mike McDonald, a very smart, shrewd defensive mind, saw Nick Amon-Wari and saw a guy to play the position of weapon. We're going to put him as a chess piece, move him all around the defensive alignment. He'll be a linebacker on one play, a safety another play. He'll jump in the slot. He'll be all over the place. Nobody will know where he's at. Kind of player. And you saw what Amon-Wari did, helping Seattle, go off and win themselves a Super Bowl. All right, Gamecock Notebook. Terry Ford, appreciate you hanging around. We're going to kind of make this a two-parter. Again, it's list season. It's what we do. Blake Toppemeyer for USA Today. Blake did his top coaches in the SEC list. We'll get to the rest of it in the next segment, the drive around the SEC. We'll concentrate on where Shane Beamer is on this list because this is the Gamecock Notebook. Shane Beamer was 13th on this list of 16 coaches. You're like, wow, Tara, that's low. Yeah, Shane Beamer was the lowest rated returning coach of any coach in the SEC. Also, Shane was behind interim coach Pete Golding, who's now the full-time coach at Ole Miss. Alex Golish, who was in the SEC for the first time after coaching at South Florida. John Summerall knew after coaching at Tulane. I get it. Tulane was in the college football playoff. Totally understand that was Summerall. Golish was successful at South Florida, but that's again a Group of 5 school. And Golding, yes, he coached Ole Miss in the college football playoff, but he did not coach them to the college football playoff. This just tells you right now where Shane Beamer is in this pecking order with some people. And it's so year to year, right? Going into last year, Shane was up-and-coming coach, doing a great job at South Carolina. Got the Gamecocks have turned the corner. Lennar Sellers is coming back. Sky's the limit at South Carolina. Some people were saying that. Then after last year, here's what Topmeyer says about Beamer. What are you getting out of Shane Beamer? Depends on the season. He's up, then down. Offense is usually a struggle with his squads. His teams tend to get up for big opponents, and they can engineer an upset, but you don't see that coming, Or they can blow a 27-point lead. Basically, Beamer ball is a wild ride. He's outperformed many of his South Carolina predecessors, but the 2025 season proved to be his worst, putting him squarely on the hot seat. And we've had this conversation that if you kind of go through the SEC, there's so many new coaches. Right now, Shane Beamer, you would look at, is on the hottest of hot seats in the conference, unless you're going to say Kalen DeBoer, who's on the hot seat all the time at Alabama. So, yeah, Shane this year, with the talent South Carolina has, again, leading the SEC in returning production. Brought in some very good pieces through the portal, headlined by Jacarius Peak. You've got Lennar Sellers back. You have a real offensive coordinator with a serious college resume of success in Kendall Briles. And you still have what you lean on should be good or at least solid in special teams and defense. You've got talent on both sides of the ball. And you got a guy in Vakari Swain who early in the season was electric in the return game. He's also back. So it's there for you to get back to a bowl game at the very least. Maybe, just maybe, if this offense is really good, and Briles has had seasons his first year on the job where the offenses just went crazy compared to what they did the year before. So yes, Shane is getting looked at with a side eye by some folks who put these lists together, but we've also seen Shane Beamer win 8 and 9 games. We'll see what happens. And again, even number year, usually those are years for Beamer. But Shane 13th on this list. We'll get into the rest of it in the drive around the SEC. But yes, and when you look at hot seats, real quick, since we're sitting here and old Blake brought it up, yes, Shane is on one of the hottest seats in the country. And Jeremiah Donati, gave the resources he's been getting since he took over as the AD. Football, baseball, men's basketball, they are getting the financial resources in this NIL world to compete for players. And again, Shane is on the hottest of seats in the SEC. Jeff Lebby has also been put there. I think Mississippi State has to get better. It is year 3. You should make a bowl game. That's what I feel like. You brought back Zach Arnett, who was a heck of a defensive coordinator. Disaster as a head coach. Heck of a defensive coordinator. But Lebby's on this hot seat list as well as Shane. So, anyway. That's your Gamecock Notebook. We'll get to the rest of this list of the ranking of coaches in the SEC. Number 1 won't surprise you. Some of the rest of them, you might go, that high or that low? We'll get to it next. Terry Ford, appreciate you hanging out. We'll hit the drive around the SEC next here on the Postgame Show on the Game Network, at the Game TV Radio on YouTube. All righty. Got stop and go traffic at Malfunction Junction, like always. An accident added to 2 accidents added to the list. 77 southbound at Forest Drive, exit 12, North Brickyard Road at Green Spring Drive, Pleasant View Drive at Highway 302. Drive around the SEC. We'll go over this list from Blake Topmeyer of USA Today, ranking the coaches in the SEC. That is coming up here on the postgame show. And also Alabama and Auburn get together. That's weird. Post-game show. Drive around the SEC. Terry Ford, appreciate you hanging out with us, whether you're just listening to old school radio, you're on your phone, your device, watching on the YouTube channel, however you're doing it, we appreciate you hanging with us. All right, we're going to get to this joint statement from Alabama and Auburn here in a second. Yeah, they got together and agreed on something. I know. So weird. Real quick, I did speak out of turn. We look at this list from USA Today's Blake Topmeyer, the coaching list in the SEC. He ranked the SEC. Jeff Lebby is rated lower than Shane. He's the one. The only returning coach ranked lower than Shane Beamer. The rest of this list, Kirby Smart at number 1 surprises no one in the SEC. Steve Sarkisian at number 2. Again, Sark has been to the college football playoff multiple times. Kalen DeBoer at Alabama made the playoff last year, got to the national championship game at UW. That's not surprising either. Those 3. Even though I know DeBoer's time at Bama, here's the problem with Kalen DeBoer. He's being compared to Nick Saban. No one's going to hold up to that comparison. No one. Sarkisian, look, Kalen DeBoer, what Kalen DeBoer did at UW, look, University of Washington, the people in Seattle love Husky football. Make no mistake. But at Alabama, it's a different beast. You have a lot more resources at Texas to be a big winner than you do at Washington. I think what Kalen DeBoer did at Washington has been more impressive than what Sark has done at Texas. If it were me, I would probably, if I'm just saying what they've done in the SEC, yes, Sark goes ahead of DeBoer. But overall, I might take Caleb DeBoer over Sark as a football coach. But yes, in the SEC only, Sarkisian's run at Texas has been better than DeBoer's short run at Bama. Number 4 is Lane Kiffin. Sorry. I'm trying to be objective about Lane Kiffin, and it's very difficult for me because what Lane Kiffin did to Ole Miss just is, to me, personally disgusting. To walk away, to be, again, head coaches, you're the leader, you're the captain of the ship, and to jump off that ship right before the college football playoff, I'm sorry, I can't get past that, man. Especially a guy that's won as many conference championships as me. A guy that, if he would have stayed at Ole Miss, then okay, you coach a team to the college football playoff, and you coached in the college football playoff. But what you did at Ole Miss, that to me is just unforgivable. And to put Lane Kiffin at number 4, I don't know. I just don't know. That one bugs me. Not lying. But I get it. Kiffin is a hell of a coach. He is. He's just a hell of a donkey also. Josh Heupel has also made the college football playoff. 2025, his team kind of started leaking oil near the end. So, Heupel at 5, you can make the argument to put him ahead of Kiffin. But again, Tennessee, a lot more resources than Ole Miss. But Ole Miss, I mean, again, that Grove Collective started getting a lot of money pumped into Ole Miss to be able to go out and make Kiffin the king of the portal. A lot of money being thrown around by Ole Miss. The guy I like better than Kiffin and Heupel, to be honest, even though he did make the college football playoff, I love Mike Elko. Mike Elko was the perfect hire at A&M after all that Jimbo Fisher nonsense. We talked about when A&M hired Elko. Here's a guy that's going to get you, and I didn't know how he would do, obviously. But I'm like, I thought that was the right hire because he's no-nonsense, lunch pail guy. We were joking at SEC Media Days last year. Elko was walking by in the way he was dressed. He looked like some guy that, worked for the hotel. Maybe some job site supervisor or something. He didn't look like the head coach of Texas A&M. He's just a guy. No nonsense, no BS, doesn't suffer fools. He was the right hire for A&M. I like Elko more than Heupel or Kiffin, to be honest. Eli Drinkwitz sitting at 7. Look, as much as we make fun of Drinkwitz because it's easy, he's done a really nice job at Ole Miss. They're a perennial bowl team now, hovering around contending for a college football playoff berth. A better non-conference schedule would help Eli. That team is 20-10 since he handed off the play calling duties. Think about that. The guy who kind of got his gig because of his offensive skill set as a coach, handed the play calling duties off before 2023, became more of a CEO type head coach. Team's 29-10 since. 8 is John Sumrall. Look, here's the thing. I like John Sumrall. Feels like he might have the right personality to be successful in Gainesville. But Sumrall, again, he was handed a really nice deal at Tulane from Willie Fritz. But Sumrall did do a nice job rebuilding Troy. He's out of the new hires. Sumrall, this might actually work at Florida. He might have the right mindset. We'll see when everything starts flying. In the words of the great philosopher Mike Tyson, everybody's got plans, they get hit in the face. We'll see how Sumrall reacts when he gets hit in the face, and then the meddling starts. And he looks up, and his kitchen's filled with wannabe chefs. We'll see. But Sumrall's won almost 80% of his games. Clark Lee at number 9. What Clark Lee did last year alone moves him up this list. Winning double-digit games. Again, here's a guy, you always need to evolve. No matter who you are, what you do for a living, you just always need to evolve in life. Clark Lee evolved. He went out, got Jerry Kill. Jerry Kill brought his OC with him. They also brought this quarterback named Diego Pavia. Clark Lee, head coach of the defense. Clark Lee decided he wasn't going to try to be this big picture man. He was going to be a really good football coach. And look what happened. Vanderbilt was fantastic last year. But again, if Vandy falls back to being Vandy again, Clark Lee will plummet down this list. Brent Venables at number 10. Yeah, that's about right. Brent Venables is a great defensive coordinator, and he's had 2 double-digit win seasons at Oklahoma, made the playoff last year. But if Brent Venables truly wants to be looked at as one of the best head coaches in the SEC, he has to quit tying up his offense and playing to his defense. You can't play like 1980 anymore. If Venables can do that, he can move. He's a great recruiter, sets an excellent culture. It's just Brent Venables, the defensive coordinator, is hurting Brent Venables, the head coach. Alec Golish is at number 11, coming from South Florida to Auburn. I think that's a little high. We'll see how he can do in the SEC. Pete Golding, nice job in the college football playoff. Let's see how you navigate a whole season as a head coach. We know that you did a good job in the college football playoff, and we know you're really good at poaching other programs, transfer portal guys. We know about Shane at 13, Willie Steins at 14 at Kentucky, new head coach, never been a head coach before. Jeff Lebby at 15 at Mississippi State, the only returning coach rated lower than Shane. And obviously, you need to have yourself a nice bowl season if you're Jeff Lebby. And then Ryan Silverfield at Arkansas, number 16. Out of all the new hires, I feel like that's the one that's going to have a tough time being successful. I just do. At Memphis, I mean, again, he inherited a really good program, was on the hot seat, started winning a bunch of games despite a terrible defense because his offenses were so good. And we'll see how this goes at Arkansas. Drive around the SEC here on the postgame show. All right, Alabama and Auburn have agreed in a joint statement. Both universities urge Washington lawmakers to reconsider the Protect College Sports Act. Quote, Congress needs to fix the mess and the courts create a national framework so people within college sports can enforce fair rules, is what Nick Saban says. Alabama and Auburn don't agree with this act, to be quite honest. In a joint statement, the two schools say the federal program could impact roster decisions, game scheduling, and overall could micromanage college athletics. Basically, screw with the SEC and make the SEC have to change how they make TV money to give others more, and also that the SEC could not expand. So, of course, the SEC does not like this whole thing. So Alabama and Auburn come together and say, nope, not at all. Tommy Tuberville, Republican from Alabama in the U.S. Senate, his quote, I'm afraid this legislation would do too much harm than it would good. The federal government has no business getting involved in TV contracts, conference realignment, scheduling, salary caps, and all the above. And by the way, Tuberville has introduced his own bill, the Student Athlete Act. 5 consecutive years to play, 5 consecutive seasons, and a one-time transfer without penalty. So Auburn and Alabama agree that this bill stinks. And, of course, every SEC school is going to publicly agree the bill stinks. Because, again, this could hurt the SEC in TV contract money and in conference expansion. Totally makes sense. All right, there's your drive around the SEC. We'll pop back in here, check out what's happening in the world of sports tonight, and maybe throw out some predictions. And also, how well is the World Cup doing in the TV ratings? That's next here on the postgame show as we wrap it up. Terry Ford, appreciate you hanging out with us on the Game Network, and at the Game TV Radio on YouTube. All right, Colombia and Switzerland still 0-0. 88th minute, playing for the final spot in the quarters. Argentina came back from 2-0 earlier to beat Egypt 3-2. The Egypt head coach, injustice. An Egyptian goal was disallowed after video review, and there was a controversial no call on a possible foul that Argentina allegedly committed. But Argentina, Messi scored in that rally. They survive and move on to the quarters 3-2 over Egypt. Messi also missed a penalty kick. This was interesting. Messi, obviously the best, arguably the greatest player in the history of soccer. People say, hey, no way, Pele, man. But Messi, despite how unbelievably skilled and talented he is in putting the ball in the back of the net, struggles with penalty kicks. Like, he's below average. He missed another penalty kick today. And they compared it, so goofs like me can understand, to Steph Curry being a below-average free throw shooter. So anyway, Argentina finds a way to hang in there, and they win. And now we're waiting for the final of Colombia-Switzerland. Just real quick, Major League Baseball tonight. Braves, they are in Pittsburgh to face the Pirates. What's interesting about this game, first of all, going for Atlanta, Hurston Waldrop, former first-round pick, just making his third appearance of the year, second start. WHIP is very high at 1.64, but ERA has been 3.68. So despite base runners everywhere, Earl Hurston has got his way out of it. But the big story is who the Braves are facing is Paul Skeens. Skeens has become human. It's crazy. Don't you hate when this automatic thing just won't stop? We don't want autoplay on the computer. It's quite annoying. Okay. Paul Skeens had at one time this year a normal Paul Skeens ERA. It was as low as 1.98 in May. Since then, Paul Skeens' ERA has steadily climbed, and it's now 3.62. Skeens' last couple of starts have been not Skeensy, or really skeezy. 9 innings pitched, 11 earned runs. Skeens given up 12 hits, 2 home runs. And Skeens, by the way, has not, only went 4 innings in his last start. In his last 4 starts has pitched at least 5 innings, but he's not given up less than 2 earned runs. Skeens he has not been dominant, again, since May 12th. We're working on 2 months of from Paul Skeens. So the Braves are hoping that'll continue tonight. The game is in Pittsburgh. Skeens this year, if you look at his splits, at home, much better pitcher than on the road. 3.02 ERA at home, 4.46 away. Unfortunately, now I'm not saying the Braves will lose, but Skeens will pitch well tonight. So hopefully Atlanta pitching can hang in there until they can find a way to get to the Pirate bullpen and pull a W. But I think Skeens will pitch well at home tonight. Yankees and Rays, huge series in the American League East. Again, the Yankees are struggling without Aaron Judge. They'll continue to struggle in Tampa, I think. And the Rays will win. Rays are, again, the best team in the American League right now. The American League is just a cesspool. Awful season in the AL. So that's kind of a couple of the games that are going on in Major League Baseball tonight. All right, so the World Cup, what are the ratings? How's it doing? Fox Sports sets a new ratings record with the U.S. World Cup round of 32. An average of 26 million viewers watched the U.S. beat Bosnia. Most watched English language soccer telecast in U.S. history. Most watched telecast on any network since the Super Bowl between the Seahawks and the Patriots. What does it mean? It means that, again, we are patriotic. We love it. We love America, U.S. Team USA in whatever sport. And we kind of jumped on the bandwagon as a country on this with this U.S. soccer team. Totally understandable. And I think the metric, we say this about every sport now because every sport's setting records in viewership. Nielsen has finally gotten better at measuring live sports viewing. So you combine that all together, and soccer has done very well in the World Cup, especially the U.S. team. And yes, soccer is more popular in this country today than it was in the last World Cup or the World Cup before. So all these things come together. Does this mean anything in the big picture? Probably not. But if you are Fox, you're feeling pretty good about the numbers you're getting when it comes to the World Cup. And again, U.S. is out. We'll see where the numbers go TV ratings-wise moving forward in the United States as we get into the quarterfinal round. Will people in the U.S., how far will the ratings fall? Because they will fall because the casuals now, they're like, okay, we're done with the soccer crap. Let's move on and find the other bandwagon to jump on, which is okay. Just do your thing, man. Hey, thanks a lot for listening. No matter how you listen, we appreciate you watching on At the Game TV Radio. Thank you very much for putting up with this ugly mug. Thank you. Connecting Carolinas with Scott Hamilton coming up next, and we'll do this again tomorrow on the postgame show. Jay's out all week. He'll be back on Monday here on the game. Have a good night. See you.